Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she... Point of order, Mr Allister.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, is it not beyond ridiculous that on this, the centenary of the official opening of the Northern Ireland Parliament, that event is to go wholly unmarked within this chamber today? Why is that?
Thank you, Mr Allister. You know that Standing Order 24 relates to matters of the day. My understanding is that 2 such matters of the day were submitted to the Speaker's office today, one which obviously you refer to. The standing orders outline the circumstance in which matters of the day should be called. Ultimately, that power resides not with me, nor with Mr Beggs, nor with Mr McGlone, but with Mr Speaker himself, acting in conjunction with the Speaker's office, and he has given a ruling on that matter. What I would say, it is my understanding that this building is to be lighted up to mark that important centenary, and speaking personally and outside of my capacity as Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it's appropriate and right that such a centenary should be marked. Yes, Mr Allister.
I certainly welcome the fact that my application to have the building illuminated tonight has been granted, but this is the successor chamber of the Northern Ireland Parliament. This is a momentous day, and yet it is a slight upon all who value that within this chamber, that event is consciously and deliberately refused to be marked. Shame on this situation.
Well, speaking as someone who does value it, I want to say to the member that, again, the ruling was made by the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, not by either the person presently occupying the chair or any of the Deputy Speakers, and I think now we should probably move on. I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, Mr Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table here directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and I won't allow long introductions to questions. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. I call the Minister for Infrastructure, Mrs Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. With your permission, in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make a statement regarding the North-South Ministerial Council Inland Waterways meeting, which was held in the North-South Ministerial Council Joint Secretariat Headquarters in Armagh and by video conference on the 21st of May. The Executive was represented by myself as Minister for Infrastructure and by the Health Minister, Robin Swan. The Irish Government was represented by Darragh O'Brien TD, Minister for Housing, Local Government and Heritage, and Minister Malcolm Noonan TD, Minister of State for Heritage and Electoral Reform. This statement has been agreed with Minister Swan, and I am making it on behalf of both of us and the Executive. I chaired the meeting, and the following is a record of what was discussed. We noted the progress achieved in the activities of Waterways Ireland, which includes the following: extensive restoration work to repair the Malik Weir on the Shannon, including a new 295-metre publicly accessible walkway on top of the weirs. Enabling works commenced to Carnroe Weir on the Lower Bann in January 2021 and are due for completion in April 2021. The in-river works are due to commence in the spring of 2022, with completion expected by autumn 2023. Abandoned and non-compliant non-live aboard boats along the canals were removed, significantly improving by-law compliance rates across navigations from 56% to the mid-80s. Work commenced on the 46-kilometre Barrow Blueway in the late summer of 2020 in both Kildare and Laois. Completion of this stretch is due in 2022. Ecology surveys and preparations for planning submissions for 5-year long-term maintenance plans along the Barrow and South Shannon are ongoing and will be completed in 2021. Some €150,000 was awarded to Waterways Ireland in March 2021 under the Urban Regeneration Development Fund for development options, a viability appraisal and master plan for Tullamore Harbour. Waterways Ireland, with support from Minister O'Brien and Minister Martin, launched the Shannon Tourism Master Plan in March 2021. Over €70 million in investment will be injected into the Shannon River region by 2030. Waterways Ireland, with support from Minister Noonan and Minister Ryan, launched the Royal Canal Greenway in March 2021, Ireland's longest greenway stretching over 130 kilometres. Waterways Ireland is actively progressing plans on Dublin Canal's development opportunities and living communities. The Waterways Ireland Heritage Plan 2016 to 2020 concluded in 2020, having directly invested over €650,000 in the delivery of heritage projects. Work is ongoing in the formulation and delivery of a new 10-year heritage plan. Waterways Ireland continues to work on its 10-year climate change adoption and mitigation plan, being one of the first in the public sector to do so. Research by Waterways Ireland determined that over half of the population in both jurisdictions visited at least one of its waterways in 2020. Walking, cycling, commercial boating, rowing, angling, sailing, canoeing activity were just some of the activities that people engaged in. Progress to improve governance, risks and controls is ongoing. The 2021 internal audit plan and associated reports have been completed, and a business process review of Waterways Ireland finance function is ongoing with an estimated target completion date in June 2021. The 10-year-long plan is nearing completion, with final articulation of the plan ongoing, and preparatory work is already underway in preparation for pre-public consultation engagement with key stakeholders, including sponsored departments, in advance of appropriate screening and public consultation. We noted the progress achieved in the restoration of the Ulster Canal as part of our examination of our commitments in New Decade, New Approach, which included the ongoing work on Phase 2 of the restoration of the Ulster Canal from Clones to Clonfad, the plans for Phase 3 of the restoration of the Ulster Canal from Castle Saunderson to Clonfad, and the plans for the development of the Ulster Canal Greenway. We discussed our response to COVID-19. We noted the response of Waterways Ireland to COVID-19 and the increase in user numbers along towpaths and trails during the period of COVID-19 restrictions in 2020. They also noted the increasing popularity of the inland waterways as a holiday destination for the domestic market, as demonstrated by the increase in bookings for the 2021 season. The Council also noted the impact of Brexit on Waterways Ireland in the context of its status as a North-South implementation body. We also approved the Waterways Ireland Draft 2020-22 Corporate Plan. We also noted that the Waterways Ireland Annual Report and Accounts 2019 have been signed off by both Controllers and Auditor General and will be laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both Houses of the Oireachtas in the near future, and that the Waterways Ireland Annual Report and Accounts 2020 have been submitted for audit. In respect of staffing and organisational matters, we agreed that options for an independent organisation review of Waterways Ireland will be considered by sponsor departments and the body, and noted that draft terms of reference will be submitted to NSMC for consideration at a future meeting. We agreed that officials will explore options for the establishment of a board to oversee the work of Waterways Ireland, and noted that an update will be provided to the Council at the next NSMC Inland Waterways meeting. We also, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, consented to a number of property disposals, and we agreed to hold our next NSMC Inland Waterways meeting in late 2021.
Thank you, Minister. We now proceed to a period of questions, and the first person on my list is the Chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee, Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister explain further the review of Waterways Ireland's finance function outlined in paragraph 6 of the statement?
Yeah, I thank the member for his question. And I'm genuinely pleased to see engagement on this statement from my colleagues across the chamber. The member may be aware that the North-South implementation bodies were established under the North-South Cooperation Order 1999, and 2 of the 6 bodies, one of which is Waterways Ireland, were established without the provision to have a board. The board of any organisation forms part of its governance structure, and I believe the absence of a board in Waterways Ireland is something that we should be keeping under review. It is now 8 years since the options regarding setting up a board for Waterways Ireland were considered, and I believe that now is an appropriate time to review the position. And so at our meeting we agreed that officials will explore options for the establishment of a board to oversee the work of Waterways Ireland, and an update will be provided to the Council at the next NSMC Waterways meeting. I believe that we need to look at this with a fresh pair of eyes, and so I look forward to officials bringing forward recommendations for our consideration on this matter.
Mr. Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and also thank the Minister. And I know the Minister's keen on the green and blue infrastructure, but I wanted to ask in terms of Waterways Ireland had been to the committee and asked for additional funding in relation to the Ulster Canal Greenway. So could I ask the Minister, could she give us a wee update on that and what action she's taken to resolve that issue? Because we know arising from COVID, we're trying to encourage people back out and use these facilities. So I'd like a wee update on the funding. Gormil Margaret.
Sure. Yes, as the member is aware, the Ulster Canal Greenway is progressing and it is under consideration by SEUPB. There has been an extension of the period required for construction, and so there is a funding shortfall, and I understand that that is under consideration by Interreg. Of course, at this stage, it wouldn't be appropriate for my department to become involved, given its role as an accountable department. But I am keen to see what the outcome is of the deliberations and considerations by Interreg. And as the member rightly points out, I am committed to the expansion of our blueways and greenways. So I'd be keen to see what my department may be able to do to advance that.
Mr. Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement, which, whenever we go through it, highlights 14, 15, 16 areas of cooperation and delivery for all of the citizens on this island. And I understand, Minister, that the NSMC plenary again was obstructed last week and wasn't able to take place, and this is totally unacceptable. And can I ask the Minister what options are open to her to ensure that the functions of North-South meetings are no longer allowed to be blocked by anyone or any party?
I thank the member for his question. Yes, it was hugely frustrating, given not least the amount of work that officials had put in preparing for a very important NSMC last Friday, to then discover that that meeting was obstructed from going ahead. As I have said many times in this chamber, we overcome our challenges when we work across these islands, east, west, north and south, but we also have legal obligations and responsibilities as ministers to uphold our duties, and that does require us to engage in the North-South Ministerial Council meetings. I therefore hope that with a new DUP leadership and whatever that leads to in terms of the ministerial team at the executive table, that all ministers will live up to their legal responsibilities, and that we will see full attendance at all North-South Ministerial Council meetings as well. I very recently attended the British Irish Council Summit. It was of huge importance in terms of shared learning and collaboration, and it is equally important that we have the same level of engagement on a North-South basis.
Before we proceed with the next questions, if I could, on the theme of encouraging sort of active travel, the member travelled quite some way in terms from inland waterways to the DUP leadership. If I could urge members to just try and relate directly to the content of the statement. Not saying that the DUP leadership don't use inland waterways, I'm sure they all do on occasion, but if we could try, insofar as is possible, to relate to the content, of the statement. Mr. Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In the Minister's statement, she's indicated that there's discussion and consideration going on about establishing a new board for Waterways Ireland. Can the Minister advise why is that needed on top of the civil engineers or the civil servants who are presently have that responsibility and the direct accountability there is to the current Minister?
I thank the member for his question, and he does refer to the fact that there are processes around auditing, finance and governance that already exist. I suppose the consideration on this issue lies in the fact that a board is a vital element in the governance structure of any organisation. And as I said in response to the question from the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, the absence of a board, I think, in Waterways Ireland is something that we should keep under review. And looking at this issue, it's not clear to me why there was no provision for a board in the legislation through which Waterways Ireland was established. So therefore, I think it is right and proper that this issue is reviewed. I am in no way preempting the outcome of that review and what the recommendation would be, but I think it's important for governance reasons that we do examine this issue closely and come to a considered conclusion on it.
Mr Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. I want to touch upon the section which is under New Decade, New Approach, which is in relation to the restoration of the Ulster Canal, and I welcome the progress in relation to that. Will the Minister agree with me that it is important that we all, within the Executive and within this place, focus ourselves upon delivery of the commitments within New Decade, New Approach in a spirit of genuine partnership and trust, because that's the only way government in Northern Ireland is going to work?
In short, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I very much agree with the sentiment expressed in the question posed by Mr Muir. I mean, if you look in the Department of Infrastructure and if we look at the remit of Waterways Ireland, particularly through COVID, we have seen a dramatic increase in the number of people who are accessing our blueways and greenways. In fact, the local boat hire has reported 100% bookings for 2020 and seems to be on course to do exactly the same. So I think that there are wonderful areas of cooperation, particularly in the area of active travel, particularly in the areas of greenways and blueways, that can deliver multiple benefits, not just for people who live cheek by jowl with it, but also in terms of the wider island, and also when we get many visitors again to our shores.
Ms Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for her statement this morning. Minister, can I ask you to get some more detail on the organisation's plans to promote their waterways, as I don't believe that enough people know of the huge scope of what's on offer across our island. And just while we're on that topic, the plans for the City Park at the Albert Basin in Newry aims to reconnect Newry with its waterways. Could the Minister outline how her department may be able to tie in with this project, as the inclusion of cycle and walking lanes would be a huge boost for the project? Thank you.
Again, I thank the member for the question. While Newry Basin Park wasn't an issue that was discussed at Inland Waterways, it is an issue that I've been engaging with local stakeholders in Newry, particularly the Council, on, because I recognise the importance of the proposals there and what it can do for the community in Newry, but also further afield in terms of our Blue Way offering. I agree with the member in the sense that we can always be doing more to promote our natural assets here. In Northern Ireland and right across the island, we're blessed with wonderful natural assets that can not only bring huge benefits in terms of mental health and well-being to those who live beside it, but as I say, will be a catalyst for change in terms of our tourism offering. I think that there is a responsibility on all of us as elected members to be helping to showcase that through our own social media platforms. Our Waterways Ireland is also working with tourism bodies on the island to showcase and to promote what we have to offer, and very much in terms of the work that Waterways Ireland is engaged in, whether it is through the repair of our existing facilities along our blueways or the improvements. I think that there's a lot of positive work going on, and of course I believe that we should have all shoulders to the wheel in terms of selling that and encouraging as many people as possible to safely visit.
Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, a few years ago the UK and EU undertook a joint mapping exercise in the wake of the Brexit referendum to look at the scope of North-South cooperation. Inland Waterways was one of those. A huge range of EU legislation that affects inland waterways are obviously not covered by the protocol. So can I ask the Minister what work is going on to monitor the risks to the work of Waterways Ireland of EU-UK divergence and mitigate that?
The member raises an important point, and while there was no outcome from Brexit that impacted solely on Waterways Ireland, there are some that will impact on the organisation going forward. EU directives no longer apply to the UK, and this may lead to an incremental divergence in legislation with the passage of time. The UK, as a member will know, no longer has to comply with the EU procurement directives, and in the short term, following Brexit, the UK rules, while they're likely to remain, may change in the medium term. The additional procurement regime will bring added administration, but Waterways Ireland has considered the implication of the need to migrate to a new tender advertising portal and platform, just to reassure the member that ongoing preparatory work is taking place. Of course, there's also the issue of funding, and EU funding will no longer be available to the north, with the exception of the Peace Plus, which the EU has committed to continue allocating. Waterways Ireland has been the beneficiary historically of EU funding and anticipates the future EU funding opportunities to develop infrastructure and promote recreational use in the north may either become limited or cease in the future without any loss of funding. While any loss of funding could potentially be replaced, at least partially, by the UK Government or other EU funding streams such as Peace Plus, changes will still remain with regard to funding for the future development of infrastructural assets.
Mr. Sean Lynch.
Minister, back to the canal, Ulster Canal. This is a project on my own doorstep. It will have a major boost to the local economy in the East Fermanagh Clonus area. However, given that the Ulster Canal Greenway has missed its target date for 2021, what assurances can you give that the Ulster Canal itself will meet its delivery targets?
I thank the member for his question, and I agree with him on the benefits that will be derived from the Ulster Canal project. For an update, the restoration of the Ulster Canal from Lough Erne to Castle Saunderson is now complete, and the total cost of that was £3.2 million. Waterways Ireland has already commenced work on Phase 2 from Clonus to Clonfad, and Waterways Ireland is working on an update of the economic appraisal for Phase 3 from Castle Saunderson to Clonfad. Of course, the member doesn't reference this in his question in particular, but obviously there's the remaining plans to restore the Ulster Canal from Clonus to Lough Neagh, and that restoration of that stretch remains a goal and is something that all parties have signed up to and reiterated their commitment to in the Stormont House Agreement, Stormont House A Fresh Start, and in New Decade, New Approach. So it's something I'm certainly keen to see that this commitment is honoured, so that we can get the full completion and restoration of the canal, so that we have that connectivity and it can deliver all of the benefits that we know it will.
Mr. John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the statement and the acknowledgement in her replies that more can be done to promote our waterways and their potential. And in that regard, can I ask what work is being done by her department and its agencies with local councils to assist in progressing projects in Northern Ireland?
Thank the member for his question, and while it wasn't a specific issue discussed under the agenda item, the member may be aware that I established the Walking and Cycling Champion at the heart of my department, also established last year the Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund, which I have carried on with £20 million into the new financial year. And as a department, we have been writing out to local councils, encouraging them to bring forward their blue, green and active travel projects that are ready for construction, because I'm keen that where I can, I am providing capital funding to support the construction, whether it is of active travel or whether it is around the Greenways or Blueways expansion. We will be writing out again to local councils to encourage them to bring forward proposals, and I would encourage members through their local councillors to be pushing and encouraging them to be bringing forward proposals, so that we are in a position to be able to better support them.
Thank you. Fast Starleaf now, or Spotlight rather. Mrs. Martina Anderson. Can we bring her up on screen? No.
Hello.
Here we go. Mrs. Anderson.
Gormiagat, and Minister, I'm glad that the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee asked you a question this time. And Minister, can I ask you in relation to Waterways Ireland, because they presented to the Executive Office Committee, and I understand that Waterways Ireland is one of the first organisations to have been successfully allocated funding from the Shared Ireland Fund. So that being the case, how will your department take full advantage of these potential funding opportunities, maybe to develop additional north-south infrastructure projects, such as, I'm quite keen to see the sewage capacity issue along the Derry-Donegal border, but given that Waterways Ireland successfully got funding from the Shared Ireland Future Fund, and it would be good to get your read on that.
Yeah, I thank the member for her question, and she will be aware, and particularly in respect of the Ulster Canal, the very recent announcement by the Taoiseach of financial contributions to the advancement of that important north-south infrastructure project from the Shared Island Fund. And in fact, the Irish Government has been stepping up in terms of funding for the Ulster Canal and all of the phases to date. Of course, where we can, I will have discussions with my colleagues in the South to ensure that we are able to draw down funding from the Shared Island unit. The member will be aware if I step into another area of my portfolio around the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, for example. So I actually think that there are a lot of areas, particularly in the area of greenways and blueways, where we can be doing so much more. And again, I think that's why it's very important that we have that engagement on a north-south basis as well, so that we have cooperation, partnership working, but we can also avail of the funding that is available through the Shared Island Fund, given that the budgetary conditions here in the north are so constricted.
Mr. Jim Allister.
What progress has been made in repairing the devastation of our east-west links? And because the answer is none, I want to register the view that North-Southry should not be proceeding so long as the east-west has been trashed, and I trust the new DUP leader will so ensure and wipe the smile of Sinn Féin, who take pleasure in the DUP's acquiescence in the current situation.
I'm not certain that there was a question in there, Minister, but if you wish to respond, feel free to do so.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to respond because as a Minister for Infrastructure, I have been extremely proactive in my engagement on an east-west basis. I have had multiple meetings with my ministerial counterparts in Westminster, in Scotland and in Wales. Every single time we have our engagement, we talk about shared challenges, we talk about shared learning, we talk about cooperation and partnership working in the interests of all of our citizens. I'm growing increasingly tired of this dance with Mr. Allister. The truth is that I, as the Infrastructure Minister, and I can't speak for any other minister, take my role very seriously, and I am sincere in my engagement on an east-west basis. Even in respect of the UK connectivity review, of which I have huge concerns, which are shared across this chamber, I have engaged faithfully in that process as well. I sincerely hope that the way that I approach that engagement on an east-west basis is the same approach that's adopted by other ministers in respect of north-south.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions to the statement from the Minister for Infrastructure. If members will take their ease for a few moments, we'll move on to the final stage of the Budget Number 2 bill. Members, just take their ease, and if you're leaving the chamber, don't forget to sanitise the place where you were. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is the final stage of the Budget No. 2 bill. I call on the Minister for Finance, Mr Conor Murphy, to move the final stage.
Moved.
The final stage of the Budget No. 2 bill has been moved. Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister for Finance to open the debate. Minister.
Today's final stage debate concludes this part of the legislative process for the Budget No. 2 bill. This bill provides the legislative authority for the expenditure of the departments and other bodies set out in the main estimates, which were laid in the Assembly on Thursday, the 27th of May 2021. These main estimates are in turn based on the departmental spending plan set out in the Executive's Budget 21-22, including the in-year allocations confirmed at that time. As members will know, the Treasury Spending Review provides an increased capital budget. However, the Executive's non-COVID resource sale settlement essentially represents a standstill budget once increased costs and service demands are taken into account. With the limited resources available to us, this bill provides funding for frontline health and social care workers, the continued rollout of the vaccination programme and funding for waiting lists. It also provides funding for free school meals, special educational needs and services to address the impact of COVID on the well-being and learning of children and young people. Funding has been provided to support business and jobs, including through the Job Start Employer Incentive and the Economic Recovery Plan, which includes the High Street Voucher Scheme. Support has been provided to individuals and families through the rates freeze and to business through the rates holiday. This bill provides the legislative authority for this expenditure. I remind members that the budget bill was agreed by all executive ministers and no minister proposed a single change to the allocations included in this bill. My department is continuing to engage with all departments to ensure that the executive has an up-to-date picture of the pressures they face and how the resources which are available are being used. As the year progresses, the executive will make further decisions on the allocation of resources, and I will bring these back to the Assembly through the spring supplementary estimates and a subsequent budget bill at the end of the financial year. I want to express my gratitude once again to the Finance Committee for giving agreement to accelerated passage. I also wish to thank all of the departmental committees and indeed all members for the scrutiny that they have been able to bring to this process. To conclude, this is the final stage of the legislative process for this bill. I now look forward to hearing any final thoughts from members on this important piece of legislation.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Dr Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his opening comments. My remarks on behalf of the Committee for Finance will address the final stage of the Budget No. 2 Bill Northern Ireland 2021. The Department has kindly provided the Committee with oral and written briefings in respect of the main estimates in the bill. The Committee has also been provided with clarification on a number of process issues in respect of headroom, capital and accrued resources. Additionally, officials have helpfully explained in respect of particular budget lines, for example relating to the Executive Office and the Executive COVID Task Force, amongst others. Statutory committees have also asked questions of their own departments. Important issues have been surfaced in this House, including in respect of the Victims' Pension Scheme, PSNI numbers, Northern Ireland water and waste treatment capital spending, the delivery of universal credit, and other matters relating to New Decade, New Approach and to confidence and supply. I would also like to thank the committees and their chairpersons who have participated, often very eloquently, in the previous plenary stages of this bill. Sometimes in these debates we have had clear answers and we have secured important assurances from the Minister. Other times the issues have proved a little more intractable. In any event, I would like to thank the Minister and his officials for the many responses that is provided in plenary and exchanges with the Finance Committee. Indeed, it would seem at very many numbers of our committees we seem to be permanently engaged, which I think is an appropriate place for the committee to be with the Department. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the main estimates are several hundred pages long. The bill has a number of very detailed schedules where the cash and the capital figures are sometimes combined. The descriptors for the expenditure in the bill schedules are very lengthy and hard to understand, and indeed I know some officials find it particularly hard to explain them as well. It is therefore sometimes practically impossible to work out exactly what we have actually all voted for. It is also the case that because of the way in which the bill and estimates are presented, it is difficult to work out, on some occasions, what questions we should even be asking. Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised if, lurking within the pages of the estimates, there are unknown and undeclared problems that we just haven't properly understood. I also wouldn't be surprised if the answers to these problems might be very difficult for any finance minister to explain fully in this forum, or for any officials to do the same for their committees at the limited number of sessions of which the budget is discussed. We have heard a lot of complaints about the budget process, many of them indeed from me and from members of our committee. If it's so bad, then why did we as a committee support accelerated passage? Why have most members voted in support of the bill at its previous stages? The answer is simple. The Department has advised that if we don't pass this bill speedily, public services might just run out of money. The consequences of money running out for vital things like health and education and a myriad of other important things are just too awful to contemplate, particularly in the midst of a COVID pandemic. Thus, we are where we are, at the final stage of the budget bill. The way out of this may come from an independent fiscal council for Northern Ireland. This body may be able to analyse public spending, compare the allocations with similar jurisdictions, and forecast what will be required over a financially sensible period. That is 3 to 5 years or more. It might also produce reports that we can understand and to a timescale that works not just for this House, but also for everybody in Northern Ireland who is interested in this, how we manage our budget. And if anybody doesn't think that this is important, we are dealing with somewhere in the close on £13 billion worth of public money. That is public money from all of this nation for the people of Northern Ireland, and it should be of an interest to all of us. In recent evidence to the committee, the Office for Budget Responsibility indicated that with a one-year budget, the legislature is simply along for the ride. I think we all are, the Minister included, tired of being along for this ride at the Assembly. I think it is now time to make a change and indeed to make a difference. I think we now begin to see a new way forward for this new key governance moment, the passage of the budget bill. In the meantime, and for the reasons set out above, I think I can indicate that the committee is content that the Budget No. 2 bill should pass its final stage. Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker.
Mr Keith Buchanan.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and first of all, I'd just like to thank the Minister and others, obviously, for the kind words on me joining the committee. I don't know whether it's an elevation or a motivation, but we'll see. We'll soon see in time. So thank you very much for that. The budget before us highlights the overwhelming financial contribution that the UK Government makes to Northern Ireland. The financial benefits of being part of the United Kingdom are vital to public services and the economy of Northern Ireland. The additional contributions to the funding during the pandemic response has underlined this. This highlights the need and importance of remaining an integral part of the United Kingdom. Without the financial input of Her Majesty's Treasury and the unprecedented levels of support offered to our executive to mitigate the worst effects of the crisis, many businesses would not have been able to stay afloat, and there would not have been the assistance for employees across the whole of Northern Ireland. These are the benefits of those elected to Westminster, actually attending Westminster and lobbying Westminster. There is a need to ensure that all budget processes are regularised and lend themselves to full scrutiny. The absence of a multi-year budget continues to be of great concern. It is in the interest of all that a multi-year budget needs to be planned. The culture of in-year monitoring rounds and one-year budget needs to change. These types of budgets should only have been stopgaps and temporary fixes. We must have a proper multi-year budget and one that is delivered in a timely manner to allow proper scrutiny. When we exclude one-off COVID funding, it is clear that for most departments, the budget's outcome represents, in theory, a flat cash settlement. The reality of this is that, given increased demand on services, it is likely to represent a reduction. This is extremely concerning. When considering the budget and how public money is spent, we must always be mindful that public money should be spent wisely and not wasted on vanity projects. The need for a clear and timely budget can be particularly seen in respect of the Department of Health and the need for transformation to allow us to deliver for all constituents across all areas, as set out by the Health Minister only last week. It is hard to ignore the fact that health and social care accounts for almost half of day-to-day spending this year, just under £6.5 billion. We must ensure that any budget safeguards allows for action to be taken to ease the waiting list and reduce them dramatically and provide treatment for the 330,000 people who await appointments and treatment. Given current estimates, it would take in the region of £750 million to £1 billion to tackle effective waiting lists alone. It is clear the funding impetus for the long-term change that is needed is simply not there at present. Our economy needs a clear and decisive budget. Many businesses are still impacted directly and indirectly by the restrictions, and many of our departments still need to deliver to support these industries as they continue to feel the impact of COVID restrictions and the outworkings of those. We cannot predict the full extent of the pandemic on our economy, but it is clear there will be an impact on Northern Ireland's rates income, a massive impact. We need to acknowledge the challenge and drive forward with an approach to the rates revaluation, incentivise jobs and growth, and meets the needs of established and emerging sectors of our economy. I await the outcome from the Fiscal Commission and the Fiscal Council's initial work, and maybe the Minister can touch on that in his remarks. It should also be noted that the Independent Advice Centre funding needs to continue. In my own constituency, workers within Advice NI are working on a month contract basis, as there has been no confirmation given regarding future funding for this sector. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, it is clear that much has been done over the past 15 months to keep things afloat, but much more has to be done going forward. Thank you.
Dr. Kiva Archibald.
And I rise to speak just briefly as Chair of the Economy Committee and reflect on the Committee's continuing budget scrutiny. Since I spoke at the second stage debate, the Committee has received a further briefing from departmental officials regarding the June monitoring round. The Committee continues to remain concerned at the Department for the Economy's heavy reliance on in-year budget allocations to pay for important programmes and projects, and additionally the Committee hopes to see the significant use of ministerial directions during the COVID emergency reduced going forward. As I've said previously, the economy budget has flatlined in 2021-22. However, officials have assured the Committee that they are confident that the Department's funding will be appropriate to meet its expected requirements over the next number of months. The Committee remains very alert to the fact that the Economic Recovery Action Plan has been allocated some £290 million by the Executive payable in year. The Committee repeats its call for better monitoring for this spend, as it will be vital that live analysis is undertaken regarding how well funds are being spent and the impact that they are having. And it is vital that the use of this money is maximised, and this is something that we continue to engage with officials around. The Committee has some concerns that the 10x economy plans for innovation and trade and investment are not executive strategies and as a result are not funded. Members also have concerns about whether this will mean that they have not been fully aligned with other key programmes and strategies across executive departments. The Committee is keen to see the Department's New Decade, New Approach commitments properly funded, and members have some concerns that Treasury funding for Project Stratum, etc. is still not in the Department's bank account, so to speak. Officials have indicated that they are content with the Department of Finance's response to their June monitoring round requests. However, the Committee remains somewhat unclear on some of the detail and will continue to scrutinise the outcomes. The number of vacancies in the Department is another significant concern for the Committee, as this must impact on the delivery of important work. Members would ask the Finance Minister to ensure that recruitment competitions and inductions of new staff continue at speed to ensure that staffing in the Department for the Economy is at appropriate levels. And I would just maybe ask the Finance Minister if there is any update in relation to recruitment processes. Members know that we are entering into a critical phase for our economy. It's likely that the British Government's COVID support, such as the furlough scheme, will start to fall away, and we must be ready with our skills programmes and other supports to ensure that our people are not left without work or training opportunities. The Committee has a strong focus on the skills agenda and wants to ensure that this is properly funded at a number of levels going forward. As ever, Príomh Concordia, the Committee will work tirelessly to advise and support the Department for Economy to make the right decisions and seize the opportunities that are presented. The Committee is content to support the bill, and I'll just make a couple of very brief comments as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson, and will spare the Minister a repeat of my previous contributions. Just to pick up on a couple of points from the briefing that we had on June monitoring last week. We did hear that some of the capital funding allocations which aren't part of June monitoring are expected to be made along with it, including 42.3 million for Project Stratum, along with some capital DEL funding for the City Deals and Magee Medical School. Official told the committee these allocations are from Treasury, and I just wanted to ask the Minister to clarify that and if he expects that these allocations will be made along with June monitoring. I put on record previously my concerns around the end of furlough, so I won't go into that again, but just to highlight that the situation last weekend with Stobart Air highlights the impact that there is going to be on certain sectors in particular, which is likely to see a prolonged negative impact from the pandemic. And when it comes to aviation and aerospace, obviously there are particular responsibilities for the British Government in terms of reserve matters. I would just ask the Minister if there's been any discussions with or representations from other executive ministers in respects of support or calls to the British Government for support for our airports, our air routes, and also with the Irish Government, who have New Decade, New Approach commitments around route development. And just, I suppose, the issue of travel sector more generally, I've raised with the Economy Minister and will continue to do so. That also needs to be an important part of the Economic Recovery Action Plan and the Tourism Recovery Plan. I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you. I call Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll try not to detain the Assembly too long. Most of us have said what we're going to say multiple times now on this budget process. I'm sure the Minister felt he's heard it more than once. A lot has happened, though, since the initial estimates were laid and the first budget document that this is based on was laid. We've had accelerated passage of this bill, and I suppose it's worth saying we've had accelerated passage of a DUP leader and the First Minister. So it's been quite a busy time. But other things have happened since the main estimates were first laid, and since the budget document was first passed. We have taken another step forward in terms of moving out, we hope, of this phase of the pandemic. But we have also seen in stark relief the position that our public services are going to be left in post the end of this pandemic. It's been mentioned before, we face a devastating waiting list crisis. 1 in 4 of our population are languishing on waiting lists here in Northern Ireland. It is critical that we deal with that. We haven't been able to deal with it yet via our budgeting process, and as I have said, in the absence of an agreed programme for government, the budget process is our default programme for government, our default strategic policy-making tool. So when we do approach the multi-year UK spending review later this year, it's critical that we have a coherent plan agreed between the Finance Minister, the Health Minister and, yes, other ministers to agree on those priorities and make those allocations. Ideally, we would have that agreed before the UK spending review is published, and I know those conversations are happening already with the Treasury. It would be helpful if the Minister could update us on those. We stand ready to do our part in terms of delivering on those commitments, because it is simply unconscionable where we are with waiting lists here. Another thing that's happened since we started the process of passing this budget bill is that inflation has risen again. We are now facing a situation where UK inflation is above the Bank of England's target. The Minister has talked about the fact that when you strip out COVID spending, it's broadly a flat cash settlement for departments. It's difficult to get a clear reading on where we are because of the unique situation of the COVID spending allocations, and I'll come on to talk about that. But it is clear that in a situation where there will be a spending review later this year, there's probably an internal tussle going on in Whitehall at the minute around allocations, but inflation and costs are rising across public services. We need to have a clear picture on how that will affect our public services. So it's really critical as we enter into the next 6 months that we have a clear approach from the Finance Department and the Finance Minister and all departments in terms of what the needs are and what the profile of spending should be. Others have mentioned something else that is happening here. That's the creation of both the Fiscal Council and the Fiscal Commission. My party has supported those. We've called for them repeatedly. I've lobbied hard on them. I welcome the fact that they've been set up. In addition to the work the Fiscal Council will do in terms of being a watchdog, I hope the Fiscal Commission can give us a clear picture a clearer picture than we have at present of the broad brush, if you like, waterfront of revenue raised in Northern Ireland, because that is critical. Because at the minute, frankly, whatever your view of how we spend money, whatever your view of the long-term position about whether the block grant funding model is a good thing and whether we should simply be grateful to the UK Exchequer for its beneficence or seek to raise more of our own revenue, ultimately it does us all good to have a clearer picture of how much revenue is raised in this jurisdiction. At the minute we're simply flying blind in many ways, and of course when mentioning the word flying brings me on to the subject of the £2.5 million we spend a year subsidising non-existent long-haul flights. At least when we're flying blind, we're flying, not even flying for the cost of that £2.5 million a year. Anyway, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, part of the reason why we will need that clarity from the Fiscal Commission is that, as well as costs rising and inflation increasing, the most significant revenue that is raised here is the regional rate, and obviously there's the local rate too. But those rates have in large part been subsidised, which was a good thing during the COVID pandemic. But we don't know what their long-term durability is going to be. We don't know in the medium to long term how the huge and significant shift in economies everywhere that has happened as a result of COVID-19 will affect that revenue base. So we're looking at a budget bill today. I'm bringing myself back to the budget bill, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, before you have the opportunity to. It's predicated on a revenue picture which may well be out of date. So we need to have an update on how all that works. And on the subject of this year, to come back to the immediate short term, part of the problem with our budget making process is that we end up debating out of date budget bills. This budget bill and the main estimates did not incorporate, as the Minister said earlier, all the allocations that have been made in year. Now that is understandable given the fast-moving nature of the picture, allocations that have been made from the UK Treasury subsequently, but we do need to see the June monitoring round. I know individual committees have had some briefings from their departments. It would be helpful if the Minister could confirm today that he expects to bring forward a statement to the House before we go in to recess, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, because there are specific areas where, given the volume of outstanding COVID-19 funding, we will want to know exactly how money is moving around in and between departments. One obvious area is the area of the High Street Voucher Scheme, where a ministerial direction was sought from the Permanent Secretary in that department at a very early stage of the process. We therefore need to understand if the Executive is confident that all that money will be allocated this year, and if not, I think we should have a clear understanding of whether and how it is going to be reprioritised. So in concluding, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, let me say there is a chance, I suppose, given the level of political volatility in this place, that this will be the last budget bill that we debate in this mandate. I hope it's not. I hope we go to our full term. But it's worth saying that one of the things that has marked out the last year and a half of this mandate has been, yes, civil servants moving at speed to deal with unprecedented circumstances, but also, I'm afraid, a mistiness, a vagueness and a lack of strategy that has plagued the Executive overall. Let us all pledge, as we create these new fiscal institutions, as we move, hopefully this time next year, into a new refreshed mandate and a refreshed sense of purpose for whatever Executive that emerges afterwards, that we pledge ourselves to doing budgeting better, more strategically and with more clarity. And with that, I will spare the Assembly any more further words. And thank you very much. We will obviously be supporting the final stage of the budget bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the budget bill at its final stage today here on behalf of the Alliance Party. As others have said, I also do not intend to repeat the remarks I made during the debate on the second stage of this bill. There would be little point in doing so, given that there's nothing within the legislation has changed since it was originally presented. This entire process feels like it's going through the motions rather than the opportunity for genuine scrutiny. But as someone recently said, that's life. The initial allocations for this financial year have now been agreed. Going forward, a key role for the members of this Assembly will be to scrutinise various departments and how they allocate their settlements. Ministers receiving a similar settlement to last year does not necessarily mean that the Minister has to spend it exactly the same way. The Minister for Infrastructure recently confirmed to me that she has a budget of just over £200 million to spend on her own ministerial priorities in relation to capital expenditure. I will continue to press the Minister to do more to deliver for a green infrastructure in Northern Ireland, rather than accept that the underfunding of walking and cycling infrastructure in Northern Ireland in particular is an inevitability, which it is not. We will continue to scrutinise in-year COVID funding and monitoring rounds, and I agree with the point from Mr O'Toole in relation to the High Street Voucher Scheme. If that scheme is to be reviewed, and if we are not to proceed with that, we need to take that decision early, so to ensure that that money can be used wisely. The Executive should prioritise supporting our economic recovery from COVID, whilst also being sure to spend wisely to ensure that money could be spent rebuilding our public services is not wasted, and that is a key test within this financial year. We will also continue to challenge the Finance Minister and others in the Executive to push forward the policy and legislative agenda that will enable better financial scrutiny and decision-making in Northern Ireland, such as the work of the Fiscal Council, which needs to progress its efforts at pace. It is important that the Fiscal Council is given appropriate resources and, in due course, statutory authority to be able to fulfil its role effectively and independently for this financial year and beyond. The Finance Minister must also lead in responding to the Northern Ireland Audit Office's report into the capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, to make sure that we have the skills and experience in place within the Northern Ireland Civil Service to effectively spend our sizeable capital budget and develop schemes that catalyse a green economic recovery. Finally, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the role of the recently established fiscal easy for me to say, Fiscal Commission that will identify ways in which the Assembly can utilise tax-varying powers. It is important that the Fiscal Commission is able to set a pathway regarding the significant amount of work that needs to be done before Northern Ireland is granted greater fiscal devolution. The spectre of RHI still looms large over this place. In spite of the passage of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill last year, we still need to see the final report from the Executive Subcommittee on the RHI inquiry, and I will ask the Finance Minister for an update on this. Until we can show that the lessons from RHI have been learned, and I am not sure today that they have, and that there has been a fundamental change in the culture of Stormont and the civil service, I fear that the fiscal powers devolved to Northern Ireland will remain totally unchanged. Yet there is a significant amount that the Executive could do if there was political consensus to do it. Everyone in the Assembly agrees.
Could I ask the member to resume his seat briefly? I have shown considerable leeway with members because it is a budget debate, and historically that would be the case. But what I would say to the House is that whilst members may wish to consider the budget process more generally, lengthy discussions on the wider process are likely to be beyond the scope of the debate, unless the contribution can be related directly back to the principles of the budget bill. Mr Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Just one more other comment is in relation to the budget, and what's a significant contribution as part of that is a non-domestic rating system. The Alliance Party has consistently called for an independent review of the non-domestic rating system, which could bring forward proposals on how we can ensure that we support local retailers, whilst at the same time shifting the burden from bricks and mortar businesses to online retail and increasing the rates revenue to pay for public services. This is a key issue that we need to address going forward within this financial year in the context of the reliefs that are in place as part of this budget, which will end at the end of this financial year and face a cliff edge for many businesses. In conclusion, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, my party supports the passage of the budget bill today. We record the need to reform a budgetary process and call on the Finance Minister to continue with the large body of work that can be done in this financial year to improve Northern Ireland's financial position and institutions overall. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Colm Gildernew.
I rise to speak on behalf of the committee and then will make some very brief comments as a party's spokesperson on health. The Department of Health has been allocated almost half of the entire resource budget, with a resource allocation of almost €6,451 million. There is no doubt that this is a significant amount of resource funding for the department. However, The Department has indicated that despite the large allocation, this is a standstill budget and there is no space or funding available to tackle backlogs and waiting lists. There is no doubt that the budget allocation for the Department of Health 2021-22 is challenging. While all departments are under considerable pressure at present, we are all too aware of the real-life experience of our constituents in accessing healthcare and treatments. We hear new stories every day of issues with the size of waiting lists and the length of time people are being told that they will have to wait for a first consultation, never mind whatever treatment may be required. While we welcome last week's statement from the Minister in relation to the elective care framework, there does need to be considerable investment in the health system to not only address the waiting lists, but in bringing forward the important transformation agenda to ensure that moving forward the health system is both efficient and provides effective treatment when it is needed most. It was for this reason that the committee wrote to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to request that it hold an executive meeting to consider the issue of waiting lists. We hope that this will be taken forward as soon as possible, as well as providing an update as to the outcomes of this meeting. The issue of waiting lists has to be one of the priorities for the Executive over the coming years. I will also reiterate some of the comments that I made at the previous budget debate in relation to the scrutiny of spending plans and priorities. I have to say, within the Department of Health, it is very difficult to identify spending on priorities and then to track that spending over the financial year. With such a large budget in the Department of Health, we tend to get a headline figure with no real detail on total spend to tackle waiting lists, to tackle health inequalities, and in relation to spend on mental health. This is further complicated by the differing approaches and reporting within the Department, the Health and Social Care Board, and the Health and Social Care Trusts. It can make it complicated and confusing to follow the funding and, importantly, to track outcomes to see what is working and what could work better. The committee is keen to ensure that there is transparency in the spending plans and that it should be able to follow the funding across each of these organisations. We do need to be able to identify and track spending, especially on priority issues such as how much is being spent to address waiting lists, how much is being spent to reduce inequalities, how much is being spent on mental health, how much is being spent on autism diagnosis and follow-on service, and how much is being spent in supporting unpaid carers. We need to see how much is being spent on these priorities and the outcomes of the funding. I note that the Department has been very good at identifying and tracking COVID spending and pressures, and we need to see a similar approach for these priorities over the coming years. The committee will continue to engage constructively with the Department to ensure scrutiny of its spending over the coming year. I now add some brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson. So I'll only add a few brief remarks. I want to acknowledge the work that has went into elective care plans to tackle waiting lists. I would also like to acknowledge the work and additional resource to the Department of Finance and the wider Executive.
I could ask the member just to resume his seat briefly. I know no offence was intended by Mr McHugh. It is not the done thing when a member is on his feet speaking to walk directly behind him, and I'm sure Mr Gildernew will give you a stronger reprimand than I will afterwards. That's okay. That's grand. Mr Gildernew.
Mr Gildernew is not as exercised as a speaker, but thank you. Okay, so I would like to acknowledge the work and the additional resource the Department of Finance and wider Executive has provided to health already. However, as we have seen with the waiting list plans, there is a considerable ask amounting to an estimated $700 million over the next 5 years. More detailed plans, however, are now needed to address health. We have yet to see a detailed costed plan to address the crippling workforce shortages and pressures, and without those pressures and shortages being addressed, we will not deliver on the ground the change and the increased service that is needed. We need to see how much is needed for new training places, how much will be needed to upskill health and social care workers, how much is needed to provide the safe staffing that was agreed with unions, and what is a fair rate for domiciliary care workers and providers in the future. I could go on, but those are the details I will be seeking from the Department of Health in the time ahead. It goes without saying, members, that without multi-year budgeting, the task becomes increasingly difficult. I will end by reiterating my support and that of Sinn Féin to addressing the health emergency before all of us today.
Thank you, and I call Mr Melissa McHugh.
And again, I'd just like to apologise to my colleague because I didn't note the difference in the respect. Agus bhá lomsa just buas I Anna Foster leis an Ira and Ratches and you. And again, too, just to welcome, I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement today, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the final stage of this debate. Now, over the course of the debate, as has happened on different days in the chamber here, we have focused quite a bit on health and the likes of it. And again, this budget has committed over $6 billion to health, over 50% of the block grant, which is to be expected. But we all know as well too that even in that it's still insufficient to deal with the long-term issues and problems that we have within health at the present time. In particular, as alluded to by Mr Gildernew, the long waiting lists that wouldn't be tolerated in any other part of the UK, and in particular I know that it wouldn't be tolerated in England. But that here in the north of Ireland we're confronted with that, and it's a situation that where we know immediately that it requires more resources and a reorganisation within health itself to identify or to resolve the difficulties and the problems within health. Now, there's also the case as well too, unlike some people will say in the chamber here at times where very often they end up pointing the finger from one party to the other about who's responsible for what. This has been a major problem that we've all struggled with before COVID, during COVID, and it's been exacerbated, in fact, as a result of COVID. Much of this is a reflection of underfunding initially at the end of the day by a Tory government, thus create a situation that whereby it leaves our particular finance minister and our ministers here with their own hands tied in many respects. They know that all of this requires additional funding. Minister Swan has already announced a major comprehensive review to tackle waiting lists in particular, and he has also stated that it will require over 700 million over a 5-year period. In fact, at one time I had actually seen a figure that went on to say that it would require 2 billion over a 10-year period. So this is 300 million less in the 5-year period, but he feels that that is what is required, we'll say, in order to address this whole issue. And yet and all, the question remains, where's this money to come from? And I know we've had an offer in the chamber as well too, from one department when confronted with the question, are you prepared to release or to sacrifice within your department funding in order to assist health? And maybe all departments might be expected to do that down the line, but even with that, we still know too that it will be totally and absolutely insufficient to meet the requirements of that budget that one will need to deal with health issues. Our own rates at the present time, I think at the rates raised with 580 million per year, and that would need to be complemented, as we know, in order to provide the services that we do provide at the present time and every other aspect of making provision for society, but then in addition to the health service as well, that we need more funding. And maybe one of the ways that we have of actually achieving that if we had greater control in raising our own tax and raising maybe it through either income tax or value-added tax in such a way whereby we also then have control on how it is that we actually spend that budget. I welcome the Fiscal Commission been appointed at the present time. We'll look at these issues and about the devolution of tax to the Northern Ireland government per se, just in the same way at the present time as it is in Scotland, that where at least they're able to sort of approach many of these issues and have greater control themselves on the funds that they have at their disposal. We actually need that as well here too in the north of Ireland. We need those funds at our own disposal, and hopefully through our own taxation would be able to raise that. And you know, one can immediately think, even at the present time, of some of the multinationals and the types of returns that they have actually experienced now as a result of the way they've conducted their business with COVID and so on. That once again, it only but highlights that same very issue to us, that here are multinational firms getting away, I just can't say totally and absolutely scot-free, but relatively scot-free in relation to what it is that other people have to pay in terms of tax and so on, so that if we had that control.
May I thank the member indeed for giving way, and particularly the issues to do with corporation taxes and particularly large corporations and the rest of it. Would the member say that he's then advocating across this island then an increase of corporation tax well into the level with the OECD levels of close on 22 to 25% across this island?
Well, just on that issue, in fact, the latest suggestion in terms of corporation tax was 15%. What I do say is that I do think that those that earn more should pay more, and that those that have the ability to pay should pay, rather than it being left there as a burden all of the time on the working class people themselves. So once again, just as to say that through the likes of the Fiscal Council and so on, I would hope that they will arrive at conclusions and decisions there that will support the Minister and allowing him to then approach the likes of the British Government and so on and demand greater taxation powers here to our own ministers in the north of Ireland.
Mr. Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. I acknowledge that it has been a difficult time for all the departments with regard to funding this year. This morning, I wish to speak about a few issues within this budget under discussion in relation to our health and social care departments. The additional £450 million COVID and post-budget exercise is hugely welcome, but because so little of it is actually recurrent and so much will be spent on the vaccination programme, COVID response and rebuild, etc., it actually falls far short of what is needed to meet inescapable pressures and to maintain key existing services. Given that the allocation also fell short of the overall requirements to continue funding all ongoing transformation projects at 31st of March 2021, COVID-19 rebuild funding had to be used to fund additional prioritised transformation projects. That is totally unsustainable. The elective care framework published last week by the Health Minister indicated £707.5 million of additional investment will be required over a 5-year period to reduce the backlog of patients on waiting lists and to build health and social care capacity to meet ongoing annual patient demand for services. For every £1 million allocated to tackle waiting times, approximately 1,000 assessments and 350 treatments are expected to be delivered. Economies of scale associated with larger scale contracts would be expected to increase this return subject to case mix, and that surely would represent better value for money. Multi-year funding would allow the health and social care departments to secure long-term, large-scale contracts with the independent sector and would allow for greater strategic planning and avoid the historic stop-start contracting arrangements associated with the one-year funding allocations. I certainly look forward to a time when we can have multi-year budgets brought to this House. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, in some ways it's quite ironic that on the 100th anniversary of the Northern Ireland Assembly's first sitting, a government and an assembly that attacked working class people, their conditions, whilst proclaiming to uphold an all-class alliance, that today, 100 years on, a joint or multi-executive party with people designated as obviously unionists, nationalists and other, support and push through another budget that does nothing to enhance pay, conditions or the experience of working class and deprived communities beyond just sailing along as usual. And the Minister himself has stated repeated times, I think maybe at every stage of this budget bill, that in reality this is a standstill budget. And in real terms, in translation, this means a deterioration of conditions and pay and finance of people who aren't connected to Stormont or wealthy as it is. The harsh reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, during COVID has been that those who don't have as much as it is have found it very, very difficult to weather the storm of the pandemic. Meanwhile, organisations likely with large resources, sport organisations with bank accounts, very well-financed bank accounts, get bailed out or actually profiteer from the pandemic, whilst people are failed. Quite scandalous and a horrible legacy of COVID in this place. And the budget obviously doesn't address these issues, just exacerbates them. And in health, we heard from the Health Minister there, I think it was last week or the week before last, about a roadmap for tackling waiting lists. And the reality is the resources required to tackle the waiting lists aren't detailed in this budget. I think of some I've referred to already. There's a fuelling and a supporting of the two-tier health model to continue. That's the approach of the department and seemingly the Minister. There's no plugging of the gap of the several thousand nurses that we are short, as people know. No extra money set aside for nurses' pay beyond what is expected or what will be announced in the pay review body, so we're effectively subject to its decision. And what a real insult to people who work through hell and high water to protect and save lives during COVID. Of course, Deputy Speaker, the truth is things didn't and don't have to be this way. Even in the belly of the beast of capitalism in the US, there's been, if not a break, and certainly a sidestep in how governments operated. Joe Biden, by no means a socialist or a radical, investing $2 trillion of investment for infrastructure in the US economy and in people's pockets. Whereas this executive is continuing to adopt policies of neoliberalism and attacking public services, implementing pay cuts whilst passing them off as increases, classic Tory textbook policy. So 100 years, Mr Deputy Speaker, of looking back, the only time and way this budget doesn't, but the only time and way that people's conditions improved was through mass demonstrations, strikes, protests, 1918 general strike, 1932 outdoor relief threats, water charges campaigns recently. So going forward, this budget doesn't reflect the pain and suffering people went through in the last year, and for that reason I'll vote against it. But the real solution to that is by organising in our communities and streets and protests to put pressure on this executive for its failed policies. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister for Communities. I beg pardon. I call the Minister for Finance. It was the use of the word communities at the end of Mr Carroll's speech was still ringing in my ears. I call the Minister for Finance, Mr Conor Murphy, to conclude the final stage. Minister.
I know there have been quite a lot of changes to keep up with in the last time. But I'm pleased to say I'm still where I was in finance. Can I thank all the members who have contributed in the debate today, and those who contributed to earlier debates in the bill and the associated supply resolution a number of weeks ago. And I have listened to all of those, and some of them I'm sure I have answered before, but nonetheless I think from the Chair of the Finance Committee, he knows I share his view in terms of the simplification of the budget process and a desire to get to that space where we do give information which is required, but we do give that in an accessible way, and we conduct this process in a much more accessible way for the committees, members here and the general public as well, and that has to be the ultimate objective. We have started a process of beginning that change, and it's my intention, whether I be in the department or not, that the department will continue that change over the next number of years to get to the point that he and others have rightly identified. A number of the speakers did reference the Fiscal Council and the Fiscal Commission, Mr Buchanan and others, in relation to where they're at, and obviously they are currently, the Council are currently consulting a range of stakeholders and seeking their views on the initial terms of reference that we have provided with them before that is finalised, and that may well include legislation, whether in this mandate or the next, to confirm that. That engagement includes engagement with the Finance Committee, I think, which is coming up soon, perhaps this week. And after that, by the end of the summer, I expect to have a final terms of reference from and in place by the end of the summer, after they have done that initial consultation. We are looking at a possible legislative timetable to underpin that. It will be challenging, but nonetheless, I know that the committee is keen and have offered their assistance in doing that, and we certainly will be looking to that in the time ahead. Yep, I'm happy.
I thank the Minister for giving way. It's just on that point about this mandate and legislation happening this mandate. I think there is broad consensus in the committee to work quickly to help achieve that. I don't know, we have a degree of instability here. Most of us hope this mandate goes to the end. Is there any way he can use his offices to ensure that, whether he's in this office after the next mandate or someone else, that we can get an agreed commitment at executive level that this has to be on legislative footing, because it would be a real shame if that commitment drifted or fell?
He will know that the establishment of a fiscal council is a matter of agreement by all the executive parties. I think it goes right back to Stormont House Agreement, and certainly was repeated again in NDNA. So there is an executive-wide commitment to establish a council. It is recognised that in the first instance, an initial terms of reference are given the council in consultation and analysis of how that shapes up. Then will work with us to finalise terms of reference, and in other places that has been followed by legislation. If it can be done in this mandate, I'm certainly willing to try and do that. We have been told by the Office of Legislative Counsel basically that any legislation should have been in springtime in order to ensure its passage, but I do understand the committee are keen to help us in that, and we certainly, if it can be done, we will do it the time ahead. But I wouldn't be concerned that the work would drop. This is a full executive commitment, and whoever occupies the Department of Finance, I would expect, will continue to take that work on if it isn't done within this mandate, but I certainly would like to be able to do that. A number of the members, I think, then did address the issue of health waiting lists, not surprisingly, Prelas Cancora, and I mean, we have obviously that issue of addressing that waiting list backlog, plus in the future health transformation and workforce planning, all of which are interlinked, is complex, and it's going to be financially very challenging, but nonetheless that's what the Executive is committed to do. The Health Minister did produce, as some have mentioned, the elective care framework with an identified price tag of over 700 million over 5 years. So we do need to be in a position, firstly, in terms of looking at that, and there will be an executive discussion on that in the very near future, but we do need to be in a position, as others have said on a number of contributions, to set a multi-year budget, because the finances, particularly in terms of addressing waiting lists at the Health Department, need are recurrent ones. So while we have been able to give them COVID money this year, which obviously is very helpful to them, the Health Minister and we have had this conversation, we both understand this, that it does need recurrent funding so it can employ the staff in order to be able to tackle the waiting list issue, and we're committed to doing that. Keith Archibald had raised issues about recruitment of civil servants, and there is a programme ongoing in relation to that. We have also apprenticeship programmes. We're trying to obviously recognise the need to change the make-up and the age profile within the civil service and make sure it's much more representative of society. So that process is ongoing. A number of people mentioned in relation to June monitoring bids. I do hope to bring a statement next week to the Assembly. Yesterday evening, I think I sent off propositions to the Executive, and I'm hopeful that those can be resolved by Thursday. That would allow me to bring a statement next week. But of course, when the statements and allocations go to other ministers, you will know that people will often have issues to raise with them. But nonetheless, that's the intent, and certainly the intent to do this before the month's out, but hopefully next week. And so Keith Archibald had also raised the issue of support for airlines, and the Economy Minister has written to me regarding a proposal for support for the airline industry, but also in particular air connectivity. I did take the opportunity when I was in London a number of weeks back to speak to Grant Shapps in relation to support for connectivity here. We also have raised with Dublin, particularly in terms of the City of Derry Airport and its air routes with Dublin and the possibility of supported air routes there. And we had intended to raise this on the margins of the North-South Ministerial Council, but the meeting didn't happen on Friday. I'm hoping that the meeting will happen quite soon, and we will continue that dialogue with Dublin in relation to that. Just go through some of the other issues. Matthew O'Toole had raised again in relation to prioritising, and can I say that we have, I've been through this argument many times about the one-year budget, the short notice, and the standstill, which doesn't allow really departments to come up with anything new other than to continue to tread water in very challenging circumstances. But we are anticipating a multi-annual budget. We've been told that directly by the Chancellor of the Exchequer that that's what will be the outcome. And I have written, or in the process of writing to executive colleagues, to invite people to come together to do a more strategising session before the summer's out, so we can start to look at the priorities that the executive want to take forward over the next number of years. Now, obviously, health would feature, I'm sure, at the top of everyone's list in relation to that. But we will have to look at a number of other priorities. We'll also do that in the context of not knowing what the budget outcome will be. But nonetheless, I think, as he has suggested, it is important to begin that planning exercise now. So whatever the budget outcome may be when we find that out in the autumn, we will have to adjust the spending of departments accordingly. And that means that we have to surrender some money in order to meet those priorities. That will be a call for the executive in the time ahead. But I want to get that planning process begun as soon as possible. I think it's important to do that. He also raised the issue of inflation, and that is a growing concern for us, particularly in relation to construction costs. It's generally a concern, but construction costs and I suppose the indicative allocations for some significant construction projects may have to be revisited, and that is a challenge in the time ahead. We're hoping that this might be a temporary increase, but there are some indications that there are problems in supply chains that may rectify themselves. But there has been a significant and growing increase in costs of material, and that does have a knock-on implication for projects, and we will keep a very tight watch and brief on that, but I have to say we are concerned about how that has played out. Yep.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And obviously one of your other roles as being the chairman of the procurement board. Obviously what you've just said, there are really significant issues, particularly around about projects like the A5 and the viability of the A5 with the increased costs. We haven't actually started construction work as well. Is the Minister looking and talking to other ministers right now to make sure that value for money is being applied to all the projects that are out there at the moment? Because inflationary costs, I think, if you quite rightly says, about 2.5%, 3% growing in that. There are real issues going forward and something that we need to keep a careful eye on.
Well, there are real issues for all projects. And so I'm not talking to any ministers about specific projects. What the officials will be talking to each other across the departments is the implications for this. They obviously will need some time to see whether this is a permanent rise in these costs or whether it's a temporary rise. And as I say, there have been some indications that there's an expectation that some of the supply chain issues will resolve themselves, and that may well bring costs down. But nonetheless, it's something we have to keep a very close eye on, and will inform, I'm sure, our planning sessions then when we do get down over the course of the summer and into early autumn in relation to executive priorities. We will have more information on that in the time ahead, but it will affect every project because if costs go up, they go up for everything. There were issues raised in relation to the High Street voucher scheme, and of course the allocation in terms of economic recovery has been given to the Department for the Economy in full, and part of that is the High Street voucher scheme. I think it's £140 million. And of course we would keep, and I spoke to officials this morning in the department about keeping a very regular contact with all departments in terms of spending out COVID money, because we want the earliest possible indication if there are any issues with these proceedings. If they aren't, that money will have to be surrendered and reallocated. And I can assure you there will be schemes and projects that would like to take up any underspend, and we will, as we did last year, ensure that what COVID money we have, albeit reduced this year, is spent out in the way we did last year. So we have no indication from the Department of Economy that there are any issue with that. But we will continue to ask questions of all the COVID allocations that we have made, and ensure that we get a regular update over the course of the summer and into the autumn to make sure that those are going to be spent as was intended.
I think you've just touched on quite an important point, because obviously this 140 million is subject to ministerial direction. So there's real issues now that we're coming into. We've already gone through moving into quarter 2, we get into look into quarter 3, and I see the chairperson for the Economy Committee sitting behind you. At what stage are we going to realise that they're not being able to utilise this money for what it's supposed to be for, and then we can reallocate it, because we're running out of time again for this money to be actually allocated and put forward? And particularly, I think this Assembly should have concerns that the money is there under ministerial direction.
Well, there has been a huge amount of money allocated under ministerial direction this year because of the nature of the sudden injections of cash we had, the need to respond very quickly to the pandemic. So there have been a number of ministerial directions in relation to schemes over the course of the last year. So it's not unique in that sense. But we will keep a tight eye on it. The department they have their plans in place. They are rolling them out. They are intending, from my understanding, to have this rolled out in early autumn when they feel there will be a fall-off in spend that people are experiencing over the summer months. If there are any indications that that's not going to go ahead as planned, we will want to know that as early as possible from the department. If that is an implication for the amount of money they were allocated for it, then we will want that returned as quickly as possible to make sure that we can reallocate that. But I have to say the department have indicated that the scheme is going ahead. And that's what the Executive agreed to. As with all of the COVID allocations we've made, we are keeping a tight watch and brief on all of the departments to make sure that we get a very early notice if that money is not to be spent either at all or certainly in full, that we have returns as early as we possibly can. Andrew Murray asked in relation to the RHI subcommittee report, and just to say that has been with the Executive, or has been with the Executive Office for a substantial period of time now, and I want to see that brought through the Executive agreed and get put into place as quickly as possible. He did ask about the review of the non-domestic rates, and we have obviously have ongoing discussion, including I had a discussion last week with business organisations. One of the demands have been for more frequent revaluation exercises, and we have now brought forward, I think, the shortest turnaround in terms of revaluation will be now planned for 2023. And that will take account of the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic on business rates. So it is, we are keeping a very close contact. There are obviously reviews there in relation to that. There had been a reduction last year in non-domestic non-domestic rates, about an 18% reduction. It was kind of lost in the fact that we've given out about £520 million of rates holiday, or used up that in terms of affording people rates holiday. So there has been significant change already, but we will continue to engage with business in the time ahead. And as I say, one of the key demands was for more rapid turnaround in terms of revaluation, and we have are going to be delivering that in the time ahead. Yep.
Thanks. I appreciate the update in relation to the revaluation, because I think it's important. You've outlined the reasons why some of this stuff hasn't been caught because of the reliefs that were in place. But in relation to that RHI subcommittee report, is there any indication why it's just sitting in the Executive Office and hasn't been tabled for the Executive?
Well, it's no is the short answer. It hasn't come through. There was some back and forward around kind of presentational issues which have been resolved some time ago, and we haven't heard since. I know there's been a lot of turmoil within one half of the Executive Office, so I'm hoping that we can get that report through and quickly and get it done, because the subcommittee completed their work some time back. I'm sure it's now in a number of months ago that we completed our work. We did produce the report and give it to the Executive, and I'd like to see that through as quickly as possible. Colm Gildernew, speaking on behalf of the Health Committee, had asked a question in relation to staffing levels. In 2020-21, £5 million was invested in key priority services to strengthen the nursing workforce in district nursing, mental health nursing and emergency care nursing. The Executive allocated a further £20 million of funding in 21-22 to honour its commitment to provide £60 million over 5 years and to progress the safe staffing agenda and strengthen the nursing and midwifery workforce. I think that Jerry Carroll has made the points he's made, and I have agreed with him on a lot of occasions, on some of them, on our broader aspiration for a different and a better outcome. The pay awards did break the approach being taken in London in relation to pay awards, and I'm pleased that we managed to get that through the Executive. It wasn't as much as I would have liked to have had at my disposal to give, but nonetheless it was as much as we could have afforded at the time. I do think his view, and I share his view in relation to the Biden approach in the States, and I hope, regardless of the overall economic policies of both the United States and Britain, but it seems to be moving from a tax and spend to a spend and tax approach. And I hope that when it does come to the outcome of the spending review in London, that we aren't moving back to an austerity approach, because that has severely damaged all of our public services over the last number of years, and we are still struggling to play catch-up in relation to provision of public services, proper wages for public servants, and all of those issues which flow from a reduction in your budget. Pre-last Concordia, I've tried to respond to as many issues as we can, and undoubtedly a lot of them were raised in previous debates as well. But it is imperative that the legislation debated today completes its passage through this Assembly to provide the legislative authority for the Executive's expenditure as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, and to continue to support our economy through the recovery phase. So I ask members to support the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Before we proceed to this question, I would advise members that as this is a budget bill, it is standing convention in this House that the motion will require cross-community support. The question is that the budget number 2 bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. I see Mr Allister and Mr Carroll indicating no. That has now been recorded in Hansard. I'll put the question again. The question is that the budget number 2 bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing, and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Order. Before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the budget number 2 bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order. The tellers have been appointed as follows. The tellers for the ayes are Keith Buchanan and Nicola Brogan. The tellers for the noes, Mr Jerry Carroll and Mr Jim Allister. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and therefore should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. I would ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members will resume their seats, and could I ask the clerk to please read the result?
75 members voted, of which 72 voted aye, 96%. 38 nationalists voted, of which 38 voted aye, 100%. 35 unionists voted, of which 34 voted aye, 97.1%. 2 others voted, of which 0 voted aye, 0. The motion is carried by cross-community support.
Thank you. The motion has passed and the Budget Bill number 2 bill has now passed. If I could ask members to take their ease for a few moments for a change at the top table. Thank you. Oh, and if you're leaving the chamber, be sure to sanitise the place where you were. Thank you very much.
Unfasten the doors. Order, members. The sitting is by leave suspended for about 50 minutes until 12:45. The sitting is by leave suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Order, members, the sitting is resumed. I continue? Right. The next item of business is a motion on accelerated passage for the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
I call the Minister for Communities.
Thank you. I beg to move that the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit for this debate, and I now call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Yeah, thanks very much. And again, just thanks to everybody. I welcome the opportunity, obviously, to address the Assembly. Obviously, accelerated passage is not something that you would normally take but I'm sure people will understand the circumstances in which we're using this, and I know there's been some discussion outside as well. And as members are aware, under Standing Order 42.4, where a bill is brought through accelerated passage, the member in charge of the bill, when moving the motion for accelerated passage in the Assembly, will explain why, the reasons for it, obviously the consequences as well. Obviously in April 2020, my department made the local government coronavirus flexibility regulations under the powers contained within the Coronavirus Act 2020. However, due to the restriction included in the Coronavirus Act, the legislation permitting to hold remote meetings ceased to have effect in May of this year, and extending this will require the primary legislation. Until this bill comes into effect, there will be a gap in legislative cover in respect of council meetings remotely, and even with the COVID situation improving, it is considered prudent to extend these provisions, allowing councils to hold meetings by remote means. I've also received representations from the local government sector asking for these provisions to be extended, and obviously this bill will remove the restriction of the coronavirus bill. They're ensuring that provisions are extended until the 6th of March 2022. And I suppose now I want to just alert the Chamber that as we move to the next stage beyond accelerated passage, that I will be given a commitment to remove clause 2 from the bill as it stands. This, obviously, the bill will enable councillors to follow public health advice on social distancing whilst continuing to participate in democratic and local government programmes. It will also extend the provisions about the manner in which persons may attend to speak and vote and otherwise participate in meetings. And we're also aware that Council have been placed in a number of contingency arrangements, and in the meantime to enable Council decision making to continue. And NILGA have helpfully collated information on the contingency arrangements that each council have put in place. However, these arrangements are only suitable for a short interim period. So therefore, accelerated passage and extending the existing regulations that run out at the end of May until March of next year, taken out clause 2, will be needed in the time ahead.
I now call on the Chair of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The committee was of course aware that in April 2020 the Department had made regulations under powers contained in the Coronavirus Act 2020. Those regulations had allowed councils in Northern Ireland to hold their meetings remotely and allow remote access to the meetings, which included access to the public. Earlier this year, the committee became increasingly concerned when they realised that the regulations would cease to have effect on the 6th of May 2021. Although the COVID-19 situation is improving, we know that councils may not be able to resume full public meetings for some time to come. At its meeting on the 15th of April 2021, the committee considered the matter further and subsequently wrote to the Department for clarification on the issue and how it was to be remedied. The Department responded to the committee that it had received legal advice indicating that the changes could only be made by way of primary legislation and intended to bring forward legislation at the earliest opportunity to ensure that powers to operate remotely were extended by way of provision in a local government amendment bill. Towards the end of April, the committee wrote again to the Department requesting information on the detail of the bill and querying the financial support for councils to enable them to meet in person in large enough venues for social distancing until the issue of remote meetings is resolved. The committee then received a response from the Department in the middle of May outlining the provisions of the bill and highlighting that the timescales might require the use of accelerated passage, and even then it would not receive royal assent by the 7th of May. That need for accelerated passage has come to pass, and the committee was then briefed by the Minister at its meeting on the 20th of May as to why the bill was required to proceed under accelerated passage. Committee members accepted that it was necessary to have legislation in place as soon as possible to allow councils to legally resume remote meetings. The committee noted that the bill also proposed to set aside 3 key statutory duties of the Local Government Performance Improvement Framework for the 2021 year and an enabling power to allow council performance improvement duties for 2021-2022 and 2022-23 to be modified to aid recovery should this be necessary. Go into more detail on some of that at the next stage. Mr Deputy Speaker, while never the procedure of choice, the committee in this instance is supportive for the admission the motion to proceed via accelerated passage. As this is an accelerated passage bill, we only received the bill in our pigeonholes yesterday, and on further examination of the bill had some discussion, so I can't speak on behalf of the committee, but I thank the Minister for making that decision to remove clause 2, because we as a party could not have supported that, and I will speak further about that at our next stage. Thank you.
I call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll be on record here many times expressing my concerns around the use of accelerated passage, and indeed in terms of this legislation. Committee was aware of the intent of the bill, and the urgency required. However, at that stage again I expressed reservations around the use of accelerated passage, but committee reluctantly accepted the need for it in this instance. What committee was not aware of at that stage was the full detail or contents of the bill until members received, as the Chair has said, the bill in our pigeonholes yesterday. This almost goes beyond accelerated passage and became turbocharged passage, and as we've looked at the detail, it's clear that many parties aren't happy with that. However, I'd like to thank the Minister for her swift response to those concerns in the foyer outside. I believe that they're not insurmountable, and therefore will support accelerated passage on the proviso that clause 2 is removed, as the Minister has pledged it will be.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just to echo the words of the member across the chamber, accelerated passage has been talked about probably by all parties, and there is that fear at times that we don't have that time to scrutinise to ensure that the legislation is fit for purpose. And I think we have to be mindful that whilst this is in reaction to the COVID pandemic, I suppose, with regard to some of the actions within the bill, it doesn't take away from the need to ensure that when we need to put the brakes on and come to an arrangement with regard to what we do with the bill, that we are mature enough to do that. And the Ulster Unionist Party certainly have a few issues with a number of the clauses, clause 2 and clause 3. We do feel that those can be amended and can be worked with, but I do want to be on record as thanking the Minister for today not moving clause 2. But it would be our intention to speak into this bill over this next coming weeks to ensure that the provision for the good and effective use of local government at council level is there, because we do know that very much at the interface with our communities, local government does provide an essential function. And we need to ensure that we are empowering our local government institutions to deliver on their mandate, on their promises, and not to be in any way a spoke in their wheels. But at the same time, we have that oversight here to make sure that any regulation, any legislation that we do indeed invoke and empower is fit for purpose and has that time to be scrutinised and add value and not take away. So with regard to that, we will be supporting accelerated passage today for the parts that are appropriate, but not for those that do not. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, quite apart from the aversion that any legislation which comes before that any legislature should feel towards the very concept of accelerated passage, a matter that further troubles me is I have heard no explanation as to why this matter was left to be rushed. Why, when it was known that the regulations were at an expiry date in May, action was not taken sooner? Why was it left right to the last minute? Who was asleep at the wheel in regard to this? And I think the House is due an explanation, a proper explanation, as to why the matter evolved in this manner. Certainly, clause 2 could not be permitted by any self-respecting House to pass on accelerated passage, because it is a shameless power grab, which doesn't even seem, from what I listened to have been foreshadowed to the committee. They seem to have been advised that this was all about keeping the COVID situation as necessary, and yet here, cloaked within it, we have this shameless power grab in clause 2. I'd also say, I may say more about it later, clause 5.2 concerns me. that right up to the end of financial year 2023, we're going to give powers to remove Part 12 of the Local Government Act. Well, Part 12 has some very critical powers. It has the power in Section 98 of special inspections of councils. It has the power in Section 100 of powers to issue directions to councils. And I think that under the cloak of COVID, there is a severe danger that there will be much of corner cutting by some councils, and the department should not be surrendering powers way into the future to hold those things to account. So I'm glad that the Minister has accepted that she will not move Clause 2, but I would like to know why we ever got to a position of having to move this legislation in such haste in the first place.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your swift reaction today. To be very clear, while accelerated passage is a process that was being brought forward today, it doesn't mean to say that we don't scrutinise and review what legislation is. As others have said, we got this legislation very late, and in looking at the detail, it wasn't satisfactory. However, we do absolutely know the impact that this delaying any of this bill will have on our local councils. They, as others have said, have not been able to use their hybrid digital online meeting places since the 7th of May. And while some have put some helpful considerations into place to allow them to continue to meet safely in line with the COVID rules, we want something that's a lot more fixed and permanent. We can do it here in this House. We should do it for our councils. I'm glad that the Clause 2 has been removed. What I would ask the Minister is, if Clause 2 is removed, what does that mean for hybrid working? Because our councils do need that. This is why the accelerated passage was coming through. There are concerns with other part, and thank you very much for coming to the committee on Thursday, Minister. There's a lot to be discussed in this. It is a detailed bill. Although it was coming through accelerated passage, there does need to be time to talk about it. But I would ask the Minister to clarify, when Clause 2 is removed, what happens then to hybrid meetings and for our councillors across Northern Ireland who have been doing such sterling work throughout COVID. Thank you.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend this sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be question time, and this debate will then recommence after question time. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Order, members. The sitting is resumed. It is now time for questions to the Minister for Communities, and I call Trevor Clark.
Question number 1.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. And obviously, I'm aware that South Antrim constituency does have a need for suitable accommodation for those over 55 years of age and over. The Housing Executive does not hold a waiting list for over 55s. And the elderly cohort is normally measured by those aged 60 and over. Housing need is met through the relet of existing social housing and through the contribution of the new build homes onto the Social Housing Development Programme. And in the last financial year, 42 properties suitable for elderly tenants were allocated within the South Antrim constituency. Last year, 11 homes were completed within the constituency that would meet the needs of elderly residents. And currently there are 28 homes under construction that meet the needs of elderly residents within the South Antrim constituency. Again, recently I approved the new 3-year social housing development plan from 2021 up until 2024, and that contains a further 45 social homes that will meet the needs of elderly residents in that area. And again, staff within the place shaping team in the Housing Executive continue to work with registered housing associations to highlight the gaps in supply and identify opportunities to address those needs going forward.
I call Trevor Clark for supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for an answer, and indeed a very detailed answer in that? But will the Minister accept that whilst there is houses being built, that they actually don't necessarily meet the needs? On many occasions, those houses that are designed for elderly or the 55 plus are eventually allocated to others because of the design and the type of housing they are. Elderly populations don't want to live in flats or apartments. They want to live in quality build properties where they've got their own front door and back door, more akin to the earlier schemes which Fold embarked upon. Will the Minister do a piece of work around that in relation to the needs of the elderly? And this is not unique to South Antrim, indeed this is right across all of the province, where there is a real need for quality housing for our elderly population, which in turn frees up some of the housing stock for the general housing needs.
Well, obviously, looking at the social housing development programme, looking at the needs test that is done when you get your points in terms of the point system, it obviously takes into account the needs of those who need a home, and all of that is assessed. That's obviously fed into the social housing development programme as well, in terms of the standards and what's needed over the following years. In addition to that, all new build homes are built to lifetime home standards to ensure that people can grow and that the house adapts then to their needs going forward as well. And of course, as part of the statement in terms of the huge changes that we need to make in housing, because the system is broken, I've already said that publicly. We're doing the biggest shake-up in housing that we've seen in 50 years from the creation of the Housing Executive, and as part of that work that's going to be done to be presented to the Executive before the end of this mandate in terms of implementation is the housing supply strategy. So it is looking at those supplies issues, making sure they are meeting the needs going forward, and recognising that we do have an ageing population. People are living longer. People may want to live differently, and there's new opportunities even in working through local councils that you'll be aware in the local development plans. Indeed, they're looking at these in the time ahead in terms of the reimagination of their towns and city centres and how potentially people will live in the future. And as part of that revitalisation agenda, we want to make sure that housing meets those growing needs going forward. So that housing supply strategy is opened at the moment in terms of consultation. And I would ask the member, anybody that you're engaging with, or communities or activists involved in this sector, to make sure they're engaging with that supply strategy consultation.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. Obviously, one of the questions the Minister would be aware of is that a lot of social housing, in particular that for the over 55s, one of the biggest concerns has been the Northern Ireland Housing Executive keeping the property up to standard. She will be fully aware across South Antrim that we have real concerns about the issues that are ongoing with property that should have been that was being asked to go across to housing associations. And the residents quite rightly didn't want that and wanted to go back to the Housing Executive. But there seems to be a failure of the Housing Executive to catch up with its responsibilities and maintenance, and particularly for those most vulnerable, those above 55. So I'm asking the Minister what she's doing about making sure the Housing Executive stand up to its responsibilities.
Yeah, well, again, this feeds in that there are huge challenges, and particularly for the Housing Executive and the financial viability as it currently stands. That was pointed out to in the November statement when Carl was in this position, that the Housing Executive, unless we make changes now, could lose nearly half of its stock because it can't maintain the stock that it has. It doesn't have the finances to do it. We would need over £8 billion overall in terms of looking at that at the time ahead. And that would fundamentally mean the block grant, or looking at my department's budget over an 8-year period and just putting it into rectifying the properties that are there. So there are huge challenges, and that's twinned with the issue of high levels of fuel poverty because of the standards and conditions. So that's why the revitalisation programme into housing, that shake-up is desperately needed, because change is needed, and that is around. So the Housing Executive have engaged in a process. My department, working with them, have set up a programme board in terms of taking forward that work. Obviously, the supply strategy is part of that, looking at what the Housing Executive model going forward is to make sure then that it can borrow, because that's one of the restrictions. We've obviously removed the corporation tax issue, and I'm glad that that was in the British Chancellor's statement earlier in the year, and we're obviously looking at the clawback. I have been through the budgets also as well in terms of year-end underspends and COVID monies. We've been able to direct extra resources into the Housing Executive to deal with maintenance issues that they can then put into their reserves and start to deal. And I know that they're going to be coming forward soon at their board meeting with contracts in terms of dealing with that backlog of maintenance issues. But it is a huge problem, and that doesn't get into looking at the green agenda and trying to retrofit properties as we start to go forward. So we need to deal with the fundamentals in terms of that it's not fit for purpose in its current form. I obviously want to keep it as close to its current form as we can, and work is ongoing at the moment, and the timescale for that is that I will present a way forward to the Executive before the end of this mandate. The programme board has been established. We're putting contracts in place.
Remind the Minister 2 minutes.
Sorry, to continue that work, and then we'll update the Assembly when we progress.
I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for her replies in which she has touched on this subject. I'm grateful for that. Could I ask, though, if there's further information she can give us in relation to her department's assessment of community plans for housing and how finance will be allocated to ensure all constituencies have a fair allocation of social housing going forward?
Well, social housing, as you'll know, one of the fundamentals and one of the issues that I would be ensuring that we keep in terms of why the Housing Executive was formed is to ensure that housing is done on the basis of equality, that it is done on the basis of where the need is. And I think fundamentally any public housing needs to be done on that basis going forward. And of course, there's differences in terms of urban and rural areas, and indeed I understand that and reflect that when you look at the list of need, it's not a clear picture in terms of understanding the differences in terms of the urban and rural context. So I am keen, as we continue to go forward, we need to be building more social homes. We need to be upgrading the social homes and the stock that we have, because it is recognised that the stock is falling apart and the Housing Executive don't have the finances to deal with it. So obviously, as part of the revitalisation, this is a critical area. Is to make sure that we maintain the existing stock. I want to get the Housing Executive, for example, building again, and that's part of that revitalisation programme. And increasing, we have had a bigger number of social homes this year, and I do think that we can be more ambitious if the budget allows, and houses on the basis of where they're needed.
I should have advised members earlier that question 4 has been withdrawn. I now call Keith Buchanan.
Question 2, please.
Thank you. I've detailed previously how my department has worked in partnership across central and local government with our arm's-length bodies and stakeholders to provide financial and practical support across a range of sectors. My department has put in place a range of measures since March of last year to protect those most vulnerable within our community, to try and put in safeguards, and also to work with organisations which they depend upon as a consequence of the unprecedented pandemic that none of us could have foreseen at the start of last year. We have and continue to give practical and financial assistance, and by that end of the financial year, my department has provided more than $314 million in financial support and assistance, which I have previously spoke about in this chamber, to a range of schemes. There has also and continues to be a significant demand on our services and ongoing assistance, and I believe that a range of measures which I put in place to mitigate the social and economic and wellbeing effects of the pandemic upon our communities has provided a much-needed safety net and paved the way on the journey towards our recovery from the pandemic.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your answers so far. Minister, what learning has your department taken from this, and have you plans on the shelf for future support if, and hopefully it's not needed, but if the need arises?
Yeah, well, obviously there's ongoing learning. We're still in the midst of responding to the pandemic, and obviously we're still, the first part last year, members will remember in here that there were ongoing emergency meetings called in making sure that firstly we could pay social security payments, starting down some services to ensure that that was prioritised, particularly when we've seen double an increase in people coming and needing those benefits as well. We stood up the Emergencies Leadership Group, and that worked with the community and voluntary sector, both at a grassroots level but also at a strategic level across the north as well. And we want to continue to keep that group going, and indeed we want to develop it in the time ahead. We are obviously working with the executive looking at a social recovery going forward, and that will pick up on lessons learned. Are there things that we can be doing? One of the areas around working with the community and voluntary sector to ensure that we're responding with needs. We worked very well with local government over this last year and worked very closely in terms of revitalisation schemes, in terms of the food support that we tried to get out quickly. And I think there is a model of good practice, and also in terms of legislation that we did bring through, and I accept it was done through accelerated passage and it was done very quickly. But there were changes made to, for example, discretionary support, where we increased the income threshold. We removed certain barriers around that as well, and that was done at pace. And indeed, there's learning to be done for that, not just for the department, but indeed this Assembly as a whole in terms of how we respond to those situations.
I call Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can you give an update on the establishment of the Cultural Task Force?
Yes, well, obviously I launched the Culture, Heritage and Arts Recovery Task Force just over a month ago. Rotha Johnson is the chair of that task force, and that's made up of a number of representatives from all of those sectors right across the north. I wanted to make sure that there was, I suppose, an urban and rural balance and all of that in terms of the organisations that were represented. They started work right away in terms of the task force, looking at the needs of those sectors going forward. I was glad, obviously, also in the budget going forward and the COVID monies that I was allocated the amount that I requested in terms of supporting this work in the time ahead. And obviously we're working with the task force to design ongoing supports for the sectors that have still been impacted. I mean, you will know from the music industry, particularly, and from freelancers, which is an issue that has always come up, that they're still being impacted now because of the restrictions. So we're working with them to look at what immediate supports we can give, but in terms of looking at recovery, what can we do? And they're coming up with recommendations and suggestions as well. And I must add, freelancers have also been given a place on that task force to ensure that we're listening to their concerns.
I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Could I ask the Minister for her response to the Audit Office report on the Sports Sustainability Fund, and whether she still regards it as having been an appropriate and prudent use of public money?
Yeah, well, obviously, I welcome the prompt publication of the Audit Office report. I think it was important that this was produced as soon as possible. I think the delivery of all the COVID financial assistance, including the Sports Sustainability Fund, was obviously undertaken in a really fluid situation and under extreme time pressures and timescales in which organisations and elected members were saying that there was urgent issues that needed to be addressed. Of course, there are lessons that can be learned from the development and the delivery of COVID funding schemes across the board, and obviously that's something that's already underway in terms of a review of those. The societal and economic value, obviously, of sport is well documented and understood, and obviously that was reflected in providing the funding that was needed to 452 individual beneficiaries. I think it was also important to add, obviously, that I do welcome the letter from the Chair and the Communities Committee after there was a representation on the 2nd of April where my department officials in Sport and I were there, and obviously understanding the Chair wrote to express confidence in the scheme being administered and obviously to reiterate the committee's praise for officials. There are learnings, and of course they're being taken on board. I do welcome the Audit Office report, and of course I'll be continuing to engage on these issues in the time ahead.
Moving on, I call Sinead Ennis.
Question 3, Littlehill.
So just really, members will be aware that the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill passed further consideration stage yesterday. The bill has taken a long time to get to where it is today, and obviously I am happy with the progress that's being made through the Assembly over the last 7 months, and particularly the work that's been done by the Communities Committee in scrutinising the legislation and working with me with amendments, and obviously with other members in this chamber over the last few weeks in terms of making the bill a better bill in the time ahead. Obviously, the next and final stage, which people will be glad to hear, is scheduled for the 29th of June, so next week. And having the final stage before summer recess means that royal assent will hopefully take place over the summer months.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Thank you to the Minister for that. Modernisation of our liquor laws, I think everybody can agree, was long overdue, and I know the hospitality sector are supportive and appreciative of the Minister's attempts to get this bill passed as quickly as possible. Can I ask the Minister, can she just reiterate for the House, because she referred to the amendments as well, and I know she's tabled a few, can she reiterate for the House what the main benefits of this new bill will be for the sector?
Yeah, well, just in terms of the hospitality industry, who have suffered in terms of the pandemic, obviously they will benefit from the removal of restrictions at Easter time, so that will come into effect as of next Easter once it goes through the remaining stages. And obviously the industry themselves have said that this will see an estimated cost into the local economy of around £20 million each year. And I know even from my time in Belfast City Council, for example, this is a critical factor in terms of visitors into our towns and city centres over that period and taking advantage of that. It would also benefit with a 2 a.m. opening for pubs and hotels and an extension of drinking up time, with the creation of new categories of licence for local producers and also cinemas as a result, obviously, of the various iterations going through this chamber. And indeed, the changes will better enable the hospitality sector to cater for changing customer behaviour and support them as we go forward in terms of the growth in tourism.
I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answers. I agree that the bill we're debating is a step forward. As she knows, I've worked with her department on a specific amendment for an independent review of our licensing system. Would she agree with me that it's important that the provisions in this licensing bill, including around local producers, because there are limitations. These are relatively modest reforms in terms of getting our craft beer sector to where it needs to be, that they should participate in that review, make their voices heard, as should existing licensees. But will she also commit to appointing that independent person as quickly as possible and ideally before the end of the mandate?
I already answered this, I thought, yesterday, Matthew, in terms of that I am given a commitment that we will try and have that in place, and the procurement will take about 6 months for that to be done, but there is a commitment to do that. I suppose if we tried to change everything in the existing legislation to get it perfect, we wouldn't have got it through in this mandate, and there was an urgency from me. We have waited over 25 years to get to this point. And I didn't want it to wait any longer, because I know the industry, particularly after the pandemic, is screaming out for the change. Our community and people are screaming out for the change. And of course there will be more changes that will be needed to this legislation longer term. I think the review will help in that, in terms of making sure that it's fit for purpose, and obviously looking at the introduction of the legislation coming in hopefully by the autumn. It will start to take effect, that there will be at least some months of learning, at least half a year of learning from the introduction of the legislation once that independent person is in place.
Could we have Daniel McCrossan on their screens, please?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the question so far. Question 5, Minister.
Thank you. There are a total of 1,809 applicants on the common waiting list for the allocation of a social home in the West Tyrone area as of the 31st of March this year. Of these, 1,105 were deemed to be in housing stress, while 219 have been allocated over the last year. I'm acutely aware that there is a shortage in the supply of homes which need to be addressed. And to do so, I've set out an ambitious long-term plan to increase the supply of social and affordable housing and reduce the housing stress. However, these plans will take time to come to fruition, and whilst I share the concerns about the numbers waiting for a home, the projected outcome of my plans is about ensuring the supply of social homes can meet the increase in demand going forward. It's also crucial that this protection of the social homes we have, ensuring they can be maintained, and ultimately that the Housing Executive is revitalised in a way that we're able to access borrowing to sustain itself and new builds going forward. It is the new build programme that in the shorter term is the key action that we take, and again one of my priorities is to enhance the investment and the increase in social homes. This has resulted in achieving 2,403 starts last year, which is the largest number of units in the last 10 years. And I've also secured an increase in the 2021-22 budget in the programme of £162 million, with a target of starting a minimum of 1,900 homes in this year. I am aware that the Housing Executive obviously current projected need for West Tyrone is a further 560 new social homes between now and 2025. And indeed, the Housing Executive is committed to working with housing associations to bring forward new social home proposals in the time ahead. I'm also pleased to advise that 179 new social housing units are currently under construction in the West Tyrone area.
I call Daniel McCrossan for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. The figures are stark, and this is an issue that does need to be tackled. And obviously I welcome the recent developments in terms of the new build, particularly Adria and Strabane, that alleviate pressure on that side of the constituency. That said, Minister, there is a serious issue within social housing stock, not specific just to West Tyrone, in relation to the provision of bungalows. There is no availability for ground floor accommodation for the elderly or disabled within constituencies such as mine. What are you doing as the Minister for Communities to tackle that very serious issue and to ensure that those in need have access to suitable housing?
Well, obviously, thank you for the follow-up. The Social Housing Development Programme, as stated earlier, is based on what the housing need is presented. I know there are percentage targets in terms of the provision of bungalows as well, but obviously we have a focus on building homes for life that people can grow with also. And with new housing builds going forward, that's where we want to look at that. I also touched on earlier that we're doing a housing supply strategy as part of that wider revitalisation agenda. And again, we're taking evidence around that at the moment. It is opened and a call for evidence there, and I would encourage people to take part in that. We're also working with local councils around land as part of that supply strategy, but also looking at their growth targets within their local development plans in terms of population changes and trends over the next 20, 30 and 40 years. And indeed, all of that will be part of the housing programme and the supply of social homes, and looking at other offers as well around intermediate housing and also those who want to do co-ownership as well. So we're taking forward all of this as part of the revitalisation programme, and as I said, I want to present these firm proposals going forward to the Executive before the end of this mandate. But there is a programme board set up between the Department and the Housing Executive. We will be working with the Housing Executive and staff, we'll be working with trade unions, and we'll be working with housing experts as we start to bring forward more firmed up actions in terms of dealing with the housing crisis that we're in.
I call Nicola Brogan.
I'll ask and thank the Minister for her answers, and I thank her for the update on what she's doing to address social housing waiting lists in West Tyrone. Can I also ask the Minister for an update on how she plans to revitalise the Housing Executive, please?
Yeah, well, obviously, as was pointed out earlier, in Carol's statement when she was in this position in November last year, obviously reflected on the need for the revitalisation. As I said, we have a decaying housing stock, which members will be acutely aware of. That's obviously reflected in the fuel poverty targets as well. And there's a huge need in terms of dealing with the financial strains that the Housing Executive have. So as part of the revitalisation work, this is going to be a critical part of it. Another area for me is, as I say, as part of that financial, was dealing with the issue of corporation tax, which we have now removed. And that means over the last 7 years, almost £50 million that should have been going into homes were being paid to the British Treasury. Thankfully, that has come to an end. We're trying to claw that money back to put back into housing. But going forward, we will have that saving then, and that can go part of not just maintaining the stock that the Housing Executive have, but hopefully in the future being invested into homes when they have the ability to build again as well. So we have to remove the restriction for the Housing Executive that they can't borrow. At the moment, that's one of the biggest hurdles that they have. And as part of the revitalisation agenda, we want to make sure that they can borrow, that we deal with the stock issue, and that we also get them on a firm financial and sustainable footing.
Nicole Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for a detailed answer with regard to the housing stress in West Tyrone. The Minister will be aware that Lagan Valley is probably one of the most popular places to live and bring up a family. How does Lagan Valley compare with regard to West Tyrone with regard to housing stress and need?
I don't have the exact figures on Lagan Valley, so I'm not going to tell you that I do, but we can get those sent to you as well. But obviously we know there's a crisis. There's over 42,000 people on the waiting list. We know that that's gone up. We know that that's been exacerbated as a result of the pandemic as well. And therefore we need radical change in terms of how we do housing. I do believe that that was set out in the November statement, albeit that takes time to make those huge changes. It doesn't come overnight. The programme board is in place. I want to make sure that we're delivering on the basis of need, but also looking at potentially where the growth may be in the future. So working with local government and local councils around their development plans is going to be crucial as well. Obviously, building more homes, land and infrastructure becomes a major issue. And as part of the housing supply strategy that I've spoke about, we'll start to look at those issues and has already thrown up challenges that are there. And obviously I'll want to be working with the Infrastructure Minister, who I know is interested in these issues as well, in terms of overcoming those challenges that we have. But in terms of the specific numbers in your area, I'll follow that up in a letter to you.
Moving on, I call Philip McGuigan.
Question number 6.
Thank you, Philip, and hope you're keeping well after your hospital. Again, just I'm pleased to inform the member that the expert panel in terms of discretionary support has already commenced work of the review of discretionary support, and obviously that's made up of academics, those within the independent advice sector, both at a strategic level but also at a grassroots level as well. And I'm glad that all panel members that were approached accepted the invitation to be part of this important work. The panel held their first virtual meeting on the 14th of June. Which was only 1 week after I announced their appointment. And again, I'm committed to ensuring that we provide the best possible for support for people who are in financial crisis, and that this review will be an important opportunity to critically examine what works and what can be done better. And obviously I'm looking forward to receiving the expert panel recommendations later in the year. And obviously subsequent to that, legislation will need to be changed in terms of how discretionary support will work, and we'll start the process of doing that as well.
I call Philip McGuigan for a quick supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and obviously I thank her also for her continued commitment and determination to assist those on low incomes in society, as clearly demonstrated by establishing the discretionary support panel. Can I also ask her if she could provide an update on her plans to extend the benefit mitigation package in light of the budget settlement?
Yes, in terms of the budget, the money is there. In terms of extended mitigations, obviously the current mitigations are continuing to be paid under the auspices of the Budget Act. But indeed, the paper that I have in with the Executive is not only just about extending those, but closing the loopholes around the benefit cap and the bedroom tax for those who have fallen through it. I was at committee last week, so the money is there to also facilitate and to fund the closing of those loopholes as well. So there's no additional finances that will be required. And again, I just hope that that can progress through the Executive as soon as possible. I have the legislation in place and I'm ready to go. I know the committee is ready to go once they receive the information to make sure that we bring in these protections without further delay.
That ends our period of listed questions to the Minister, and we now move on for 15 minutes of topical questions. Question number 1 has been withdrawn. I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister will know that procrastination is the thief of time. Can I ask the Minister when she will make a decision on the economic appraisal that has been on her desk for months regarding the future of the Knocknagunny Avenue shops and maisonettes?
Well, it hasn't been on my desk for months. There was work that was ongoing. There's been engagement with officials and with the Housing Executive. And once additional information comes in front of me, a decision will then be taken without further delay.
I call Rob Newton for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer, but that's not indeed what has been said to me in written answers. Minister, this is a matter that has been going on for at least 10 years. And over the period of that time, minimal response maintenance has been taking place to the homes that are there. Can I ask the Minister, what would her intention be in terms of compensation, legal fees, alternative accommodation, and indeed to get the folk that are living in dreadful conditions out into more suitable accommodation?
Obviously, all of that would be considered as part of the business case process and the engagement that the Housing Executive has had in terms of putting the submission to the Department. There are issues that I'm taking seriously, and there have been engagements around these issues, because moving people, and I know you were on the radio a few weeks ago looking at other flats as well across East Belfast, and I know Grania Long was on the radio that morning as well in terms of Good Morning Ulster. And obviously, so these issues are important. I've met Andy Allen recently as well on the similar issues in terms of residents that would have to leave. I suppose it feeds back into the other issue in terms of housing and the existing stock, that it's not fit for purpose, that it is falling down in some circumstances, and there is a need that we need to change that. In some cases, that will mean knocking down and then looking at replenishing stock as well. So when I fully am appraised of the business case, and when the supplementary questions that I have asked are answered and that information comes back, then I will be considering all of that. I'm not going to give an answer now until all of that's considered, because it would be disingenuous of me to do it. But once that's done, I will come back, and those members that have written to me on this issue, I will communicate with them as soon as that's done.
Could we have Sinead Bradley onto our screens?
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister agree that it seems perverse that she refused to introduce a COVID payment to families who had a total income of over £20,000 and yet has awarded hundreds of thousands of pounds to organisations and clubs with huge reserves, even underwriting profits? And how does that sit with her mantra of meeting objective need?
Well, firstly, the income in terms of the discretionary support payments, I moved very quickly last year. Members will know to actually increase the income threshold. I had to move that through this chamber as well. And so that was done, where I immediately recognised that enough families weren't being covered in terms of who were presenting with crisis as a result of the pandemic. And I moved urgently then to increase the income threshold. So I took that through this chamber, and indeed that was endorsed right across the chamber that that was the right thing to do. In terms of the other funding, as I said, I've already mentioned this, that I welcome the publication of the report by the Audit Office. That scheme itself was designed with the sector. I do believe that the intent of how that was set out was met within that. There are obviously lessons learned. But in terms of the implementation, as was proven by the committee when there were representations made to the committee at the time when this was raised previously back in April, that the committee actually commended the work that was done by my officials and also those within Sport NI in terms of the administration of the scheme. Of course, we'll look at the recent report and there will be lessons learned going forward, and we'll be doing that internally within the department.
I call Sinead Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, you said you believe the intent was met, so I'm somewhat confused. Are you still of the opinion that the intent of the scheme was to underwrite profits? And therefore, will you have no intention of looking at options in how to recoup that money and perhaps distribute it to those who are more in need?
In terms of money firstly passing over, you can't just lift money from one strand, whether that was sports, culture and arts, and put it in to a completely other part of the department. You don't have the ability to do that. And in terms of looking at discretionary support and others, as you alluded to, firstly, I did have a budget. That budget was utilised. That budget was not under pressure in terms of the needs that were met, and indeed over £20 million was paid out to families and individuals of those who were in crisis as part of that discretionary support. But again, like all of these, I've recognised that there's a need to make improvements. We were moving at pace, and indeed I've recognised that. I know the Audit Office has also recognised that we were moving at pace in terms of how decisions were being taken. So of course there's always lessons learned in all of these schemes. I answered the question earlier in terms of lessons learned as a result of the pandemic overall. But I do believe in terms of the administration of the scheme that we kept to the guidance that was laid out, and I know that that was confirmed by the committee at their meeting back in April.
I call Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister provide the House with an update on the work that she has done to ban conversion therapy?
Yeah, well, work is ongoing at the moment. Obviously, this has also fallen in under the social strategies in terms of the LGBTQI+ strategy. There have been engagements with the sector. I've met recently with Rainbow and Here NI, who were there on behalf of ban conversion therapy overall. I know the Christian Institute has also communicated with the department as well, and again I've responded to them. I want to push ahead. We have started initial discussions with the Bills Office to start looking at the drafting of legislation, but as I said before, there's a piece of work fundamentally that needs to be done to assess how wide scale this issue is. It's also been recognised from the work that's being done as part of the LGBTQI+ strategy that when we're doing that, there's the chance that we can re-traumatise people as we start to discuss these issues, and it's important that we put in mechanisms, working with myself but also within the Health Department, to ensure that there are appropriate support services for those that may be re-traumatised as a result of this condition. So I want to bring forward legislation as soon as possible. I'm working with the sector in terms of doing that, and indeed I'm meeting with them again within the next couple of weeks before the summer recess to make sure, though, that the legislation is robust and fit for purpose, because we have seen in other areas where that legislation has fallen at the first or second hurdle because of that essential work at the start wasn't done. So there's a commitment for me to ban this practice and to try and do that as urgently as possible.
I call Colin McGrath for supplementary.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her reply. I mean, obviously within NDNA there is that need for a sexual orientation strategy, and this will be a key part of that. And the meetings are important, but the action and delivery on the ground is what's going to make the difference. And I know that we had discussed this issue a few months ago, and I'm just not so sure that the answers are very different in that period of time. So can I implore the Minister that we get as much action as possible for this, so that we can bring equality right across these islands in this matter?
Action is important, but it's making sure it's robust. There's no point in me placing a piece of legislation in this chamber that doesn't stand up, that then allows people to still fall through the net. And in the engagement and the co-design process of the LGBTQI+ strategy, these are some of the concerns that are being raised, to make sure that it is robust, to make sure that as this debate starts to pick up again, as it was in terms of the members' motion that was brought forward by the Ulster Unionists, that we build in supports to make sure that we're not re-traumatising people, because rightly, as was stated, this has been categorised and seen as torture treatment. People are being re-traumatised. But there is a commitment from me to work with the sector as we move through this, that there is no undue delay, indeed in terms of having a clear timetable for that pathway. But they are also clear that they want the legislation to be robust. They just don't want me to come in here and be popular, to say that I've put something in front of the members, that it has to bring in those protections and the equality duties that you rightly talk about. And I'm committed to doing that in a co-design and working with the community themselves.
I call Pat Cackney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Can I ask the Minister for herself to give me an assessment of the performance of Capita in carrying out PIP assessments?
Yeah, well, obviously, PIP has been introduced. There has been 2 independent reviews that have been done of PIP, and obviously there have been criticisms. I know the most recent independent review in terms of how that's being carried out was done by Marie Kavanagh, and indeed nearly all of those recommendations that Marie laid out I have agreed to implementing. There are also other changes that are going to be made going forward. I've already given a commitment that I want to try and in-house these schemes and assessments as soon as I can. There is a recognition to do that. The issue of medical evidence and working with medical practitioners, that the Department of Health is going to be crucial in that. And indeed, I have written to the Health Minister. There's been engagements with the Health Department to see how quickly we can do that. There are pieces of work that they need to be doing. And also, I'm also doing a piece of work in working with those who are going through PIP and trying to set up a forum that we can start a more proactive engagement and trying to embed a rights-based approach at the heart of social security.
I call Pat Cackney for something.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm sure you're like myself. The shocking figures of successful appeals, for me, especially in Island Valley, against PIP assessment decisions. Why have you extended, Minister, Capita's contract without going through the procurement process for another 2 years?
There was an extension in terms of which the Chamber had already knew, in terms of because of the impact of the pandemic last year, that there was an extension until July 2023 in terms of the existing contract that is in place. As I've said, my intent is to in-house this as quickly as possible. That we're not able to do that right away is the clear answer, because we need health. So when we're looking at the model that's being used in Scotland, they're working with local health trusts in terms of having that early medical evidence, because I agree, the more we can front load the system, the more that we can get all of the evidence presented to decision makers, means for a quicker decision that hopefully won't end up in appeal. The difficulty is we're not getting that information. It's not coming quick enough. We know the issues that are happening with GP surgeries and that, for example. So there have been proactive discussions with the Department of Health to try and make sure they can do what they need to do at their end, to make sure that we can move to an in-house model. I'm trying to work with them as quickly as possible in doing that. And indeed, we are doing further. I've started to in-house the audit function. That's going to come in-house into the department again from August of this year. We're also trying to increase and in-house as many of the assessments that don't need further medical evidence, and indeed we've already started to in-house 25% of those. But again, we do need to go much further, and obviously working with health is going to be critical over the next period.
I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, could I ask the Minister when she intends to bring forward welfare mitigation legislation to the Assembly?
Yeah, well, I have the legislation ready, as I presented to the committee last Thursday. The regulations are ready as well. I've had the paper in with the Executive, and I'm waiting for it to be placed on the agenda to be agreed. And I've already said that I'm ready and willing, whether that was over the summer. It would take a 6-week period all in for those regulations around closing the loopholes to be done. That can't be shortened in terms of how that has to proceed. But from my end, I have everything ready to go once it gets the approval. The SR1 form would be given to the committee, and I know the committee are ready and willing, even if that meant working over the summer, to get this progressed without delay.
And that is the end of our period of time allocated for questions to the Minister for Communities. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. We now return to the debate on accelerated passage for the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill. And I now ask the Minister for Communities to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Again, just thanks very much. I know there was the break in between, so if I forget somebody's questions, apologies. But obviously, I mean, accelerated passage isn't the normal way, and just, I suppose, the demonstration earlier with the bill being received at last minute shows that. But I think it is necessary in these circumstances because we do need to extend the legislation. And I know that all members appreciate that in terms of allowing local government to do its business with the current restrictions still in place without any hindrance. In terms of the question around why the delay around this, I mean, I've already been in this chamber and have given the reasons for that, in that initially legislation was to go through the Housing and Communities and Local Government Minister at Westminster, and then at the very last moment that was pulled because the Westminster timetabling wouldn't allow for that. So that presented us with the challenge that we needed to move the bill forward ourselves, and we have tried to do that at pace. With interim solutions being put in place, working with local councils. But obviously I'm glad that we're at this point today and that we can progress to the next stage of this bill.
Members, before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber, and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that the cross-community support has been demonstrated. The next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill, and I call the Minister for Communities.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. And I now call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much. And obviously, in terms of why this bill is here and why we're seeking the legislative extension is because of the impact of the pandemic and that continued impact that that's having on local government and the delivery of services. And obviously, this bill will make it necessary for local government legislation as required as a direct consequence as a result of that. And of course, the bill includes provisions relating to two areas: remote meetings of councils and also local government performance improvement and arrangements. In terms of the remote meetings, obviously we did move in April of last year to extend this legislation to ensure that remote meetings could take place, to ensure that local government could continue their business, particularly in responding to the pandemic and working with the department in responses on the ground. And obviously the regulations, the meeting regulations, makes a provision to enable councils to hold meetings remotely and make provision about the remote access to such meetings, including access to the public. However, Section 78 of the Coronavirus Act contained a restriction that meant the regulations would end and would cease to have effect on the 6th of May 2021. Obviously, prior to that, as I've just stated, we did hope that that extension could proceed through the Ministry for Housing and Communities and Local Government, but at the last moment, due to Westminster timetabling of legislation, that was changed, and that left us in the predicament of having to move it through in this manner and under urgent procedure. And although the COVID situation is improving, it is considered prudent to extend these provisions and allow remote meetings to take place. And again, that has been reiterated not just by NILGA, but again by local councils and Solace as well. And we have received numerous representations to this effect, as I know individual members has. In terms of performance improvement, turning to the local government performance improvement arrangements, the Local Government Act of 2014 places a number of duties on councils in respect of performance improvement. And as a direct consequence of the COVID-19 emergency and restrictions, concerns were raised by local government sector about difficulties councils would face in delivering performance improvement duties in this year, 2021-2022, and potentially in some of the subsequent future years. As a result of these concerns, and to provide councils with some initial relief, I agreed to set aside a number of performance improvement duties for 2020 and 2021 year that allowed councils to concentrate and switch on providing essential services and supporting communities during the pandemic, and also to take on, it must be said, extra responsibilities in working with central government around food distribution and other measures around supporting businesses. In terms of the scope of the bill, it may be useful, obviously, just to spend a few minutes talking about the detail. And as already referenced, the sole focus of the draft bill is to create local government legislation in areas of remote meetings, performance improvement, which have been impacted by the pandemic. The bill in its draft contains 5 substantive clauses and 2 technical clauses. The explanatory and financial memorandum published alongside the bill provides a detailed explanation of the bill, but I'll briefly outline some of the main impacts of the 5 substantive clauses. Clause 1 of the bill will extend provisions in respect of remote meetings beyond the 6th of May 2021. It will ensure local government coronavirus flexibility of District Council meeting regulations NI 2020 made under the Coronavirus Act will continue to have effect until the expiry date of the Coronavirus Act in March 2022. This will enable district councils to hold remote meetings, including by telephone conferencing, video conferencing, live webcast and interactive streaming. This will allow for remote access to council meetings by members of the public, and in addition, information will generally has to be made available at council offices, will be made publicly available on council websites. This will apply to councils and to council meetings, including committee or subcommittee meetings, executive meetings and meetings of joint committees of 2 or more councils. Clause 2 provides an enabling power, as I said, in terms of extending that further, but again I've already iterated that I will be removing that clause, so again just to state that as well. Clause 3 will make an amendment to Section 93, Section 94 and 95 of Part 12 of the Local Government Act 2014 in relation to the performance improvement. This amendment was to allow the Department to determine annually, after consultation with the Local Government Auditor, the councils for which a Section 93 audit or 94 assessment must be completed. Section 95 of the 2014 Act already provides that the Department, in consultation with the Local Government Auditor, must determine the councils for which the Auditor will issue an audit assessment report each year. Therefore, the amendment to Sections 93 and 94 will bring these sections into line and provide the same flexibility to the approach already included in Section 95. Clause 4 will regularise my decision as set aside the relevant performance duties for the 2020-2021 year. As you will recall, these have been set aside to allow councils again to concentrate on delivering essential services during the height of the pandemic. And finally, Clause 5 will create an enabling power to allow subordinate legislation to be introduced to modify council performance and improvement duties for 2021-22 and 22-23, should they be necessary due to the potential future impacts of the pandemic. My officials will continue to engage with local government on any changes to the performance improvement arrangements which should be put in place over the next few years, and I'm happy to deal with any other points of principles that members may have in the bill. Thank you.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having just supported on behalf of the Committee for Communities this bill to proceed via accelerated passage, I now welcome the second stage of the bill on behalf of the Committee. The Committee is supportive of the principles of the bill and accepts that it is required in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and associated restrictions and the effect this has had on the local government sector. My comments will be focused on Part 1 of the bill relating to meetings and performance. As I stated earlier, the Committee was supportive of the regulations made under the Coronavirus Act 2020 to allow district councils the flexibility to hold meetings by remote means and to provide for remote access to those meetings. However, earlier this year, the Committee became increasingly concerned as members heard from councils and local government officials that the regulations would cease to have effect on the 6th of May 2021 and there was no extension in place. The Committee recognised that this would limit the ability of councils to fully function, could lead to delays in council business and prevent councillors from participating in democratic local government. At its meeting on the 15th of April 2021, the Committee considered the matter further and subsequently wrote to the Department for clarification on the issues and how it was to be remedied. The Department alerted the Committee that this could only be done by way of primary legislation, and so we welcome this bill to now take that forward and remove the situation whereby councils are having to incur costs in order to have the space to adhere to the social distancing regulations, particularly with many AGMs being held at this time of the year. The Committee welcomes Clause 1 of the bill that will provide a solution to the issue and will remove the end date of the 7th of May 2021 in relation to Council's ability to hold remote meetings, and also further provides that regulations will continue to operate as if they had never been subject to the date restriction. We understand that this means they will continue to have effect until the Coronavirus Act 2020 expires on March 2022 or until Section 78 is suspended if this happens earlier. I will not speak to Clause 2 as the Minister has informed us that this will be removed in its entirety. The Committee has engaged with Solace on a number of occasions since the start of the pandemic to receive updates on the financial and service delivery impacts of the pandemic on local councils and their staff. The Committee has supported the need for substantial funding to ensure that councils can play a full role in the recovery of local areas in economic, social and environmental terms. In that regard, the Committee understands the concerns raised about the difficulties councils would face in delivering performance improvement duties and continuous improvement in the context of the impact of the pandemic. The Committee is supportive, therefore, of the decision that was made to set aside a number of statutory performance improvement duties for the 2021 year to allow councils to concentrate on providing essential services and support for their communities during the emergency. The Committee understands that Clause 4 of this bill will make provisions to regularise that decision, as to not do so would leave the Department and councils open to potential legal challenge. The Committee also recognises the recovery to normal and then future enhanced performance will take time, and therefore notes Clause 5. This creates an enabling power, allowing the Department for Communities by regulations to amend or set aside performance improvement for the 2021-22 and 2022-23 years, should this prove necessary, during the period of recovery from the pandemic. Any regulations made under this clause will be subject to the affirmative resolution procedure, and the need for this set-aside of performance for additional years will be scrutinised by the Committee in due course. Also, with regard to performance, the Committee notes that the bill extends flexibility to potential exemption from yearly audit and assessment by the local government auditor. Clause 3 amends Sections 93 and 94 of Part 12 of the Local Government Act 2014 to make it clear they are subject to a similar flexibility regarding audit as found in Section 95. The Committee understands that in Section 95 there is flexibility for the Department to determine each year, after consulting with the local government auditor, in which councils the auditor must perform a Section 93 audit, a Section 94 assessment, or both. The bill will also provide for where a Section 95 audit and an assessment report is required. The report will note any use of exemptions of Section 93 or 94, so that it is clear that flexibility has been used. Again, the Committee accepts the need for these flexibilities, but as the process of audit is a key tool in risk management and good governance, we should naturally expect these flexibilities and other performance flexibilities to be used with care and prudence. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to finish my comments by highlighting to the House that the Committee was concerned about the gap between the 7th of May date and the passing of this legislation in terms of cost to district councils, and sought assurances from the Minister. Councils are having to rent suitably sized venues for meetings and AGMs to adhere to COVID restrictions, and the Committee wrote to the Department in April to seek assurance of financial support for councils in that regard. The Minister advised us that there was an unspent balance of £35.8 million from the executive allocation to alleviate financial losses in councils. This resource was allocated to council reserves in March 2021, and the Minister advised that the money could be used by councils to enable them to meet in person until the issue of remote meetings is resolved. The Committee is supportive of the principles of this bill and looks forward to the remaining stages. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to say a few words as a member of the Committee and a member of my own party. And I understand that by the removal of Clause 2, we may expect to see some further amendments coming forward to Clause 1 that will allow for those remote meetings to take place in other circumstances. I know that Ms Armstrong will certainly want to talk about that. And I know from speaking to our committee clerk as well that the Department will be coming in to the committee on Thursday. I would say to our committee members that we may be meeting at 8 o'clock on Thursday morning for 5 briefings now on Thursday, but certainly the Department are going to make themselves available to the committee on Thursday for further discussions around this bill. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Could we have Fra McCann on our screens? Just be patient a little bit more. And I call Fra McCann. I can see him here. Can you hear us? I have to go back there. Fra, are you with us?
My God.
Hello, Fra, can you hear us? We can hear you. I think we'll allow to come back to Fra in a few moments. I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This year has forced us all to rapidly adapt and adjust to how we work and live. There's been a massive effort from all quarters to alter working environments, grapple with technology and ultimately to ensure people can continue business as normal or as relatively close to normal as possible. Our local councils have been no different in that regard. The outworkings of the Local Government Meeting and Performance Bill have ensured that local authorities can set up procedures to hold meetings virtually, to deliver for their communities, for our communities, and continue work with developers, preventing their local economies from stalling completely. It's not just unfortunate, Mr Allister made this point in the earlier debate, but unacceptable that primary legislation has not been brought forward before now. From the 7th of May, due to the failure to extend this legislation, councils here have been left without the protections provided therein. On the face of things, this may appear a minor issue. However, once these regulations ended, it meant that any member attending virtually was not officially regarded as present, which could have had, or could still yet have, far-reaching implications for any decisions taken during that period. Scotland were able to develop their own primary legislation and have seemingly been unaffected by this issue. As such, there's no excuse as to why we here could not have implemented this bill sooner. Evidently, getting anything done, and I'm not blaming any one department or any one individual in this, evidently getting anything done here seems to be just marred with delay, but we shouldn't accept that, and we have to strive for better collectively. We now find ourselves in a position whereby the Assembly is having to scramble to push through not just this legislation, but other crucially important bills before the fast approaching summer recess. Not having this legislation in place poses serious barriers to getting council business done, and after speaking with council colleagues from across parties and NILGA, it's clear they're keen to retain this ability beyond COVID and into the future. That's hopefully the future. We will have a future beyond COVID. Maintaining the ability to host hybrid meetings is just common sense. The pandemic has forced councils to modernise and embrace technology, and I would argue it makes, on occasion, for more effective working. In affording flexibility, it's proven beneficial for members with young families, caring duties, illness, or those living in rural areas who usually have to travel long distances and be paid for travelling those long distances to partake in meetings. In essence, this bill should make for better representation and uphold greater levels of democracy. I acknowledge that making these temporary regulations a permanent fixture for local authorities is a discussion for a later date. The priority now is getting this legislation through as quickly as possible, but not a bill that disempowers councils. So we need more time, and I look forward to hearing from officials and speaking to officials at committee on Thursday on what else this bill does contain and why. I don't doubt the intent, and like the Chair, certainly support the legislation in principle, but the unintended consequences, at least I hope they're unintended consequences, of some aspects of this bill require closer examination and will undoubtedly be the subject of further and more forensic debate next week. I look forward to that, but for now, support the bill.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Principal. My head today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I just start off by paying tribute, actually, Minister, to you and to your team, and to all of our councillors who kept communities going throughout the pandemic. The swift action of councils, helped by the money that you managed to get out to them, provided sustenance, support and a safe space for those people as we tried to get our way through the pandemic. As other speakers have said, we absolutely need to support our councils, and getting this bill through accelerated passage was certainly something that I supported and the Alliance Party supported, because we recognised from our colleagues, whether in our own party or in other parties, the necessity of those hybrid meetings. We have it here in the Assembly. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but most times it does actually provide people who are unable to come to this chamber, or to allow social distancing to happen, for us to be able to attend the chamber safely. Whenever the bill came forward, I know we received the papers very late, and it gave us a very short piece of time to consider them. So I'd like to thank the Minister for removing Clause 2 at this stage. I do have concern in removing Clause 2. We've actually removed the intention of what we were trying to do, which is allow our councils to have hybrid meetings continuing on after the deadline had been passed. We know that Westminster didn't come through for us, and it's a pity that we weren't able to get our own legislation in place for the 7th of May, so that councils and councillors didn't have to take the alternative actions that they've had to. Just, Minister, when you're considering then any future amendments to this, or to what will replace Clause 2, if you could consider how we can have a consistent approach taken across all councils to hybrid meetings. I want to support the Minister to ensure fair and effective democracy, and to enable that to be followed across Northern Ireland. No councillor, no matter their political opinion, must be stopped from voting, or have their voices stopped from being heard. I know that some councils have limited access to speaking rights, have muted councillors, preventing points of order from being able to come across, and I would like to see that improved upon as we move forward. Future of hybrid meetings, I think, is something here for us for the long term. It's certainly something that we can consider when it comes to reducing carbon emissions. It actually does help with road safety, because we have to remember that many of our councillors are people who work full-time during the day, and then to have to drive to council meetings at night is actually outside of the scope of road safety for driving at work. So it does help with that. But we have to be aware of the governance, and we have to ensure that our councillors, who are democratically elected, have a voice. It's also for the economy. There are some concerns about how some of the committees meet, and whether or not fair and open access is provided for the public, and I look forward, Minister, to hearing what you have on that. Clause 1 is out at the moment, but I think we would be quite happy as a committee to work with you to ensure those hybrid meetings are able to continue. As we look to the future, I know here our Committee for Procedures is certainly considering how hybrid meetings in the future could be used for people who are on parental leave, for people who are long-term ill. There are many options that we can actually create, and opportunities we can create for councillors by maintaining those meetings going forward. But Minister, I would like you to give a bit more of an update on Clause 3. It has raised some concerns. Certainly it will allow flexibility when it comes to audits, but I do have a little bit of a concern when it says in Clause 3.2, no audit under this section be carried out in relation to accounts in respect of a financial year if the Department determines, after consulting the local government auditor, that the council is to be exempt from the application of this section. Exempt from an audit is somewhat concerning. I appreciate that the Minister has said it would be in consultation with the local government auditor, but if one thing we have learned in this last period of time, that audits are crucial to ensure that public money is being spent appropriately, and our councils do go out of their way to do that, and I can certainly understand the rationale behind this, that we need to have flexibility to enable our councils, and those council teams, dear love them, the guys who set the rates, the guys who bring forward the financial packages. Most of us in this House have been councillors before, so we understand that, but an exemption is quite a significant step. I would also really appreciate, if others don't bring it up, Minister, if you could talk through Clause 5, Part 2, which talks about the Department of Communities may, by regulations, disapply or modify with respect to the financial year 2022-23 any provision in Part 12 of the Local Government Act, and just what impact that will have. I know it specifically refers to financial year 22-23, but does that apply then for other years? Minister, accelerated passage was something that when we were in committee, we said absolutely this need to come forward because we do know our councils need us to get a move on with this. I appreciate today there's been a bit of to and fro about clauses, but it's just if you could confirm for me your thoughts going forward on the removal of clause 2 and how that will work. How can we ensure that the hybrid meetings will be in place? Clarification just on that part in clause 3 and in clause 5. Thank you.
I believe we've Fran McCann back with us again, so I'd ask it to be put onto our screens, and I call Fran McCann.
Sorry about that, I don't know what happened. But I would like to begin by thanking the Minister for bringing this piece of legislation to the House in such a timely manner and assure her of our full support for it. I believe she explained the necessity of asking for accelerated passage, and I believe the committee were supportive of the Minister's explanation on the need to forgo the usual procedure of committee scrutiny on this piece of legislation. While it has been regrettable that there has been a lapse in these measures, I understand the Department have engaged meaningfully with councils to lessen any potential impacts. This is a prudent and reasonable step to allow our councillors to fulfil their roles safely and in line with the public health advice. Our local government elected representatives have worked throughout the ongoing pandemic, and many have been involved in the community outreach, such as the delivery of food parcels, and have been a great resource and help to their communities. In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Minister and her department in the manner in which they rose to the occasion to ensure resources, financial and additional practical support were made available to local government to take the lead in providing leadership to the communities they represent. This has clearly had a huge impact on people across the north and showed both levels of government working together for the betterment of their communities. And I hope this has put a marker down for future relationship building, both at the regional and local government level. This legislation is the correct move. Extending the provisions allowing councillors to attend meetings remotely can only enhance and make politics more accessible. But I hope that this does not have to be the case long term. Given the current environment, it is essential that we have a fully functioning local government sector. Extension of remote attendance and voting rights makes politics more accessible, allows councillors to adhere to the social distancing and public health advice, a practical and prudent approach by the Minister.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In respect of the portions of this bill which directly relate to the COVID crisis, I don't have any difficulty. But as I indicated earlier, I do strongly object to the initial attempt under that guise to bring in other amendments. And I welcome the fact that the Minister is going to desist in that regard in respect of Clause 2. But now that I've had time to study it, I do have to say I think Clause 3 is in the same category. It's a change to be made permanently. It's not COVID-related. It is making a strategic change in respect of the Local Government Act that this House passed back in 2014. And it's particularly seeking to clip the wings of Section 93 and 94 of that Act. And when you look at the Local Government Act of 2014, the pivotal starting point for all of that is Section 84. And Section 84 creates a general duty on a council to secure continuous improvement in the exercise of its function. And it says in discharging its duty, the council must have regard in particular to the need to improve the exercise of its function in terms of strategic effectiveness, service quality, service availability, fairness, sustainability, efficiency and innovation. And then Section 92 is a linked and very important section where it says, the Council must make arrangements for the publication of a Council's assessment of its performance during a financial year in discharging its duty under Section 84 the one I've largely just read. And then in 93, we have the situation where the Audit Office, particularly on the financial side, must carry out an audit each year as to whether or not the Council is discharging that function that's in Section 92, and likewise in Section 94 in respect of that. So that would cover such things as efficiencies. So the Audit Office, given efficiencies as one of the tests, would carry out an audit to see if a council is performing its functions in an efficient way and making efficiencies, and, in other words, good value for money for the ratepayers who are paying their way. Now, the Minister told us, and indeed the explanatory memorandum tells us, that all Clause 3 is doing is tidying up to make alignment between 93, 94 and 95. I respectfully disagree. 95 is about a different thing. 95 is about the publishing of audit findings. 93 and 94 are about the conduct of them. So in 95 at the moment, we have this provision that the department can direct. 95 begins, each financial year the department, after consulting with the local government auditor, must determine which councils are to be councils in respect of which subsection 2 applies in that year. And subsection 2 says each financial year the local government auditor must issue a report or reports in respect of each council to which this subsection applies, certifying the local government auditor has carried out an audit under section 93. But 93 and 94 are about the carrying out of the audit. 95 is about the publicising if something is found. So there is not the alignment that is suggested, I respectfully suggest, between 93, 94 and 95. And the effect of Clause 3 in this bill is to remove permanently the need for the Audit Office to annually audit the councils in regard to the standards of sections 92 and 84. That is a big step. It's not a step, I respectfully suggest, to be taken in rushed legislation. And if Clause 2 is to come out with a view to returning to it at a future more timely occasion, then equally, I suggest, Clause 3 should come out on the basis that this House would need the time to consider whether or not it really wants to make the changes that Clause 3 suggests. And I say that not least in the context that, frankly, there are occasions when the auditory processes within local government is not very confidence-building. And that arises, I believe, in part because the local government auditor appoints a staff member who's, as it were, bedded in with the council, and who's there for 5 years. And frankly, in my experience, the relationship becomes far too cosy. And I've had experience, and the Minister has made some directions in respect of the council I'm referring to in my area, where independent or special audits have been ordered as necessary. And that only arose because of the too cosy relationship, I believe, there was between the member of the Audit Office staff and that council. If we're now going to diminish it further, whereby there doesn't even have to be an annual audit, then I do not think that is a safe or proper direction of travel. So I do say to the House that if properly we're taking Clause 2 out of this bill with a view to future legislation, then equally we should take out Clause 3 so that it can be sifted and assessed adequately and completely, rather than rushed through, because it is a permanent change. It's not a COVID-related change. It's a permanent change to the Local Government Act, and I don't think we should be amending the Local Government Act in such a permanent way in a rushed legislation. And that brings me then to clause 5.2. I'm just not convinced, nor do I see the need to extend to the end of the financial year 22-23 the disapplication or the possible disapplication of large sections of the Local Government Act. It would disapply Part 12. Part 12 is 19 sections of the Local Government Act. They are very significant sections. The sections we've been talking about, 84 right through to 102. And I understand there may be some need up to the end of the current emergency, but why would we want to disapply key protective measures in the Local Government Act, which lie in Part 12, right through to the end of the financial year 22-23? That seems to me more than is warranted by the current COVID emergency, and is a detriment that which this House should not be embracing. So I do have serious concerns equally about clause 5.2. The rest of it is COVID related, has a justification on that basis for moving forward swiftly, and therefore I'm content with that, but not the issues I've identified.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, there's clearly an urgent need for legislation towards local government in this area that has been outlined. The current situation where councils are operating through a system of delegated authority, with council management and chief executives effectively rubber stamping decisions made by elected reps, is a dangerous one and sets a very bad precedent during a time of crisis and emergency. No one doubts the difficult problems of the past year that have arisen for governments and administrations and councils during the pandemic, but it's quite ridiculous and unacceptable, in my opinion, that it's gotten to this stage and only now we see legislation on this matter. That said, I have and my party has some serious concerns about clause 2, even though the Minister obviously gave a welcome commitment to remove this. I want to underscore some of the concerns and ask some questions in that regard. I think it's one thing legislating to allow councils to continue to have remote meetings, but I see no good reason why we should be granting the Department or the Minister power to decide things like council committees, timing and frequency of meetings, the place meetings must be held, who may be allowed to attend, who can speak and vote in meetings, as well as public admission and documents to be accessed. These powers should lie firmly with councils, and these proposals run the risk of abuse of the democratic process in local government, a serious concern. So obviously I welcome the Minister's comments that she will remove these parts. I want to ask, does she, I think I missed it on the way down the stairs, but does she intend to remove these as amendments during the next stage? Finally, my understanding, similarly to Ms Armstrong, is that the current legislation, or there is no legislation that allows for hybrid meetings to take place, and this might explain perhaps why clause 2 was inserted firstly, even if it was badly done. So I wanted to ask some clarity around the hybrid meetings. And the second question is that why clause 2 was included to facilitate hybrid meetings? And if this was the case, does the Minister intend to bring in any amendments or future legislation to allow for hybrid meetings to take place? That's my comments. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hardry, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Yeah, again, thanks very much, and thank you to the Chair of the committee and all members who have spoken here today. And obviously, I mean, this legislation, if passed, in terms of the iterations that will come forward, will ensure, obviously, that councils are afforded the best opportunity to allow them to fully function in delivering important services, and then obviously continuing to work in terms of the recovery over the next few years. And I think everybody will recognise, I mean, councils aren't just going to go back to the position they were in January 20 in this year. Once the virus goes, there will still be ongoing issues, and obviously what we're trying to do is to ensure that there's flexibility, that we can work with councils to ensure that, of course, we're still looking at risk and we're managing that, but that we're not constraining them so much that they can't respond to the new needs that may be emerging as a result of this pandemic. And we know that there are new needs economically and socially that councils are going to have to respond to. But I know that there will be a further consideration stage. There may be amendments that will be tabled as part of that, and obviously there will be the discussion on Thursday at the committee in terms of this being taken as an extra item on the agenda as well. So I suppose for me, just some of the comments. I mean, in terms of the delay, I mean, I don't want to be in this position here. The reason that I had attempted initially to take it through the Housing, Communities and Local Government Ministry was that that was identified as the quickest route in order to take it. At the last minute, that was changed because the scheduling at Westminster and threw us into the situation that we're in now, and that's hugely unfortunate. And I make no excuses in terms for that. And obviously now we are trying to progress this as quickly as possible. And I do thank everybody in the chamber, and even with the negotiation outside, that we were able to pass the accelerated passage to get this done. I have been working with council, so it's not as if councils and NILGA have just been left. I mean, there has been an engagement on these issues, as was referenced by the chair of the committee. There is resource and funding there to make sure that they're not negatively impacted financially through the support that we have given. And I suppose it is important we have worked with local government closely, particularly as a result of the pandemic. Over £85.3 million has been given in financial support. I again secured an additional £10 million in COVID monies from the Executive at its meeting on the 20th of May to continue to work with councils. We put in £12 million in revitalisation and allowing them to work with business community, with the wider community in terms of revitalising towns and city centres. And of course we worked in delivering over £9.5 million in the Vital Community Support Fund, which was about getting out into grassroots communities and providing a safety net for those communities at the height of the pandemic. So of course we want to continue to work with them in delivering on all of those commitments going forward, and to make sure that we can do that as quickly as possible. Again, I know people have raised the need for a more permanent change, a hybrid solution. Again, I have discussed this with NILGA. I have discussed this with the Association of Councillors recently. The issue was raised, and I know even with executive ministers at the executive meeting when we were bringing this through as well. And we do want to proactively look at that. We're going to be working with local councils, but it wasn't the course to take it through this legislation, and that's why obviously it's not in it, because rightly as said, this is accelerated passage, and we want to give time to consider that in terms of any unintended consequences of something that may seem like a good idea. And again, there are differences in terms of urban and rural settings, and all of that just needs to be worked out and assessed, and we need to engage and to consult with people and try and find a co-design approach as to what a future amendment of the legislation will look like. But through my engagement with the Association of Councillors and others, I've given a commitment to work with them and obviously ultimately work with this chamber as well as we move through that. Yeah, sorry, go on ahead.
I appreciate the Minister's answer. Could that be brought forward as an SR, or is it a different piece of legislation, or you're saying that it can't be incorporated as part of this bill? Is that correct? Yeah.
So you could incorporate it. What I'm saying is people don't want it rushed. There needs to be careful consideration as to the points people have raised around Clause 2. And I didn't feel that it was appropriate to bring it through under this current piece of legislation, because this is responding to the pandemic, and it's not looking at the wider issues which have rightly been raised around women, for example, or parents or carers attending council meetings and looking at all of that. So there is a piece of work that needs to be done to make sure that there is the flexibility for councillors out on the ground, that it's not their full-time job, and I say that as a former councillor. It's, to make sure that they can participate fully in meetings, and to make sure then the regulations allow them to do that. And the issue of consistency and approach across councils have been raised as well. So all of these issues will have to be taken in the round. It's just not going to be done through this piece of legislation today, but there is a commitment that we start to look at that we work with local councils and the Association of Councillors to do that in the time ahead, and I'll be due to meeting them again in the autumn in terms of just touching base again on these issues as well. And of course, the issues that have been raised around audit, and obviously a key tool in terms of risk management, is crucial. There's no doubt about that as well. And I know issues around sections 93 and 94 have been raised. I think initially from the outset, and I know there will be further discussion of this at the committee, the amendment obviously was identified when consideration was being given to the performance improvement duties, which should have been set aside due to the impact of the pandemic. The issue to move to a more risk-based approach was originally raised at the committee stage of the Local Government Act back in 2014, and obviously at that time the amendment was made to section 95, so that the department, after consulting with the local government auditor, could determine on an annual basis the councils for which the audit would be required to issue an audit assessment. And obviously the original amendment to section 95 only covered audit reports and did not modify the requirements for section 93 of audit and section 94 of the assessment. And obviously the changes to sections 93 and 94 in the proposed bill was to provide that similar flexibility as in 95 when this is deemed appropriate in the future, and to clarify the position relating to risk-based audit approach. But again, as with clause 2, I've recognised that it is a difficulty for people. It's being removed here. We do need to look between now and next week that if there's going to be a further amendment, to make sure again that there's no unintended consequences in terms of where we are here now. And again, I'm more than happy in my officials in terms of engaging not just with the committee but individual members in this House that want to have a direct conversation with either me or the officials, that we can facilitate that ahead of it moving to the next phase next week. And I know people may put in amendments as well, and that's fair enough. So again, I suppose just to conclude, obviously I would be keen to move to the next stage to make sure we have the engagement. There's going to be the briefing at the committee on Thursday as well, and just that I commend the bill to the Assembly for approval.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 4 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.